Everyone, please be seated slowly. We'll start again in 1 minute. Everyone, please be seated as we are starting again. Please make your way to your seats. Okay, let's restart. Thank you, everyone, for the efficient coordination around the family photo. It's not easy to capture a record number of participants with over 800 youth present here in person in one picture, but we really appreciate your coordination. We will now hear brief messages from youth constituency, from your youth representatives from across our sister constituencies. These young leaders represent the broad ecosystem of youth engagement in global environmental governance, and we're very glad to have them with us today. To the speaker joining us in person, please feel free to make your interventions from your current seats. And I'd like to begin by inviting Jose Arieta, representing Yango, the youth constituency of UNFCCC. Jose, over to you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for invitation to speak together with our sister constituencies. Today, we celebrate the power of organized, connected, and determined children and youth to have an impact on the multilateral systems. This year's Jungo has maintained our local reach and ground in our advocacy reach, especially related to the collaboration with other UMCC constituencies and sister children's and youth constituencies, which brought us a few steps further in our purpose. We have around 7,000 individuals and around 200 NGOs all over the world. We have around 108 local conferences of children and youth ELCOINs around the world, keeping the local reach of children and youth from the past year. Through the ELCOINs, we create spaces where children and youth people learn to unleash their community voices to compose the global youth statement and ultimately be present at the UMCC COPs. This all culminated into the Conference of Youth COI, with hundreds of children and youth people from around the world connected, sharing ideas and setting priorities that now resonates in global climate negotiations. With our capacity building sequence, we have created a data bank of content related to the UMCC negotiations, tracks, and conference, which amplifying the reach of the ELCO's capacity building to more than 1,000 children and youth. All these efforts have led to the completion and handover of the Global Youth Statement for 2025 in the last week. We launched this Global Youth Statement at the COIN as each year and handed it to the COP30 presidency, UMCCC Secretariat, the UN SG, and lead negotiators so that they are aware of the global demands. Friends, all of these show that we are agents of change. Where we organize, our voices become policy. Our ideas become action, and our dreams become reality. This year, Django has taught us something powerful. This future is ours, and together we are building it today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose. Now over to Esther Maina, representing the Global Youth Biodiversity Network.
Thank you very much. My name is Esther Maina, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. This past year has been one of profound growth and collective action for our constituency. The GOIBN community is now nearly 3 times larger than it was in 2021. Everywhere, young people continue to gather in hybrid, virtual, and in-person spaces to lead, accelerate collective action for a just an equitable world that lives in harmony with nature. Our engagement in global and national biodiversity governance has also deepened significantly as youth continued to contribute to major policy discussions and processes. We coordinated the delegation of more than 100 youth who participated actively in COP16 of the Convention on Biological Diversity held last year in Cali, Colombia, and it concluded this year in Rome. Our chapters also actively shaped the development of national biodiversity strategies and action plans, which aim to implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. At the same time, youth leadership has flourished through the GYBN Fellowship Program. Young people across Africa, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean carried out a vibrant range of activities from ecosystem restoration and campaigns to capacity building, environmental education, activism, and policy dialogues that rooted that were rooted in their communities. Amplifying youth voices has also been visible in our gatherings throughout this year. In Kigali, Rwanda, the African Youth Summit on Biodiversity brought together a diverse group of young leaders to exchange experiences and build pathways for transformative action. And next week, we will host the first ever GYBN Francophone Youth Workshop in Senegal. We also advanced youth led knowledge by publishing the Youth Vision and recommendations for implementing the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, offering concrete guidance on how national biodiversity strategy and action plans can meaningfully integrate youth needs, contributions, and leadership. Additionally, we produced policy briefs exploring intergenerational equity, and biodiversity, as well as youth responsive monitoring for biodiversity. Across all these efforts, what stands out most is the strength, resilience, and unwavering commitment of our community. We are deeply proud of our achievements this year, and we look forward to collaborating with you all in strengthening youth power, amplifying our collective voices, and continuing to work for driving meaningful change that links local realities with global priorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now over to Alex Mavuti from the DRR Youth Working Group.
Thank you very much, distinguished dear delegates, fellow MDCY focal points, and all other friends of the environment. I salute you all. The Sendai Stakeholder Youth Group, also known as the DRR constituency in MDCY, stands firm in its commitment to building resilience across all sectors for a sustainable planet. Young people are not just beneficiaries, but part of the practitioners, researchers, advocates, and partners in developing and implementing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. The DRR constituency is leading children and youth in the implementation of the Sendai framework, which calls for an all of society approach across its four priorities. The DRR constituency completed a 2-year policy and governance roadmap during the global platform on disaster risk reduction that was held in Geneva, Switzerland in the early June 2025, where we coordinated young people's engagement in 5 UNDRR regional platforms, resulting in regional statements, and also led the participation of children and youth in the GP 2025, with highlights including having young people in organizing teams of the GP 2025 high-level and thematic sessions. Further, youth were featured in 6 of the official sessions, including the opening ceremony, where we presented a spoken word piece based on our global declaration. This declaration was as a result of the consultation from grassroots consultations, including children and youth, whose voices were collected through surveys and regional consultations in partnerships with 12 globally recognized organizations. Moreover, the Global Children and Youth Call to Action was one of the 3 policy frameworks recommended for a full-scale implementation in the GP 2025 co-chair summary. We have proved that young people truly have the power to make a difference. We remain committed to implementing global commitments, including the Paris Agreement that focus on climate change. Using the resilience perspective, we stand for climate adaptation that prioritizes proactiveness rather than reactive action in the face of increasing climate risks. The environment is a fundamental element of human existence and well-being, and safeguarding it is essential to the sustainability of our societies. By strengthening the foundations of resilience within sustainable development efforts, communities can better anticipate, withstand, and recover from environmental challenges. We commend and support the work of the Children and Youth Media Group to the UNEP they are doing. I look forward to seeing you on the other side of action. My name is Alex Mavuti, the DRR Constituency Regional Focal Point in Africa. A bientôt. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alex. Now over to Eugene Ochola from the SDG 7 Youth Constituency.
Good morning, fellow youths. Morning again. It is with tremendous pride that I address you here today as a representative from the SDG 7 Youth Constituency. The global mandate for the SDG 7 goal is not just an environmental imperative, but a blueprint that addresses systemic social injustice. Over the past year, we as the SDG7 Youth Constituency have cemented our role, transitioning from just being simply advocates to now becoming the active architects of this crucial energy future. Our contributions begin where policy is defined. As members of the SDG7 Technical Advisory Group for UN Energy, we have fundamentally shaped this year's high-level political forum's policy briefs, ensuring that energy action is intrinsically linked to progress on gender equality and also on good health. Through this process, we are also immersed in the SDG7 review process, ensuring that accountability and also youth insights remain paramount. We maintain that a fast transition is meaningless if it isn't just. And that is why, to ensure this equity is embedded at the start, we have partnered with the IEA, which is the International Energy Agency, and we have provided guidance to the governments on policy designs by contributing to the essential indicators handbook on just and inclusive energy transitions. Likewise, our collaborations with the SE for All on their joint initiative on energy transitions and also with the IRENA on the accessible toolkit ensures that equity is built into the foundation of every clean energy project. The true impact, however, is felt on the ground, and that's where we come in. Our flagship initiative, which is the Youth Sustainable Energy Hub, is where innovation meets opportunity. Following its successful relaunch, we have made sure that the hub has been a high impact accelerator. And this is where 30 cutting edge youth led clean energy projects have just been advanced in our third cohort. And I repeat again, 30 cutting edge youth led energy projects in our third cohort. And this initiative has been backed by our partners such as the World Bank's Mission 300, we have the UNIDO, we have the UNDP Youth for Climate, IRENA, IEA, etc. Now, this shows that we as SDG7 Youth Constituency just don't incubate ideas. We forge scalable, real-world solutions and also provide clear career paths to our participants who already secured UNDP internships. And by the way, we are now expanding this vision to our fourth cohort. Furthermore, to bridge the gap between local innovation and also global policy, we convened the Africa Youth Energy Forum. And through this platform, we have been able to showcase the grassroots innovations from the Youth Sustainable Energy Hub. And we have also called for stronger policies and partnerships so that we can now further accelerate the goal towards universal energy access. And we also carried this unwavering commitment to some other high-level forums, such as the 15th and the 16th Clean Energy Ministerial, to ensure that inclusivity was a defining outcome from these meetings. As I conclude, fellow youths, the SDG7 Youth Constituency isn't just a voice. We are just the midwife of change, ensuring that we are actively assisting in the new birth of the energy future. So our comprehensive work, which spans from technical advisory contributions, global policy dialogues, and also direct support to youth-led innovation, ensures that insights and also leadership of young people remain the indispensable backbone for achieving an affordable and clean energy for all. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to ask Siska Devra from the Ramsar Youth Working Group to take the floor.
Hello to the youth leaders of today and tomorrow. Dí Vicarja. My name is Siska Devro. I'm from Ireland and I'm representing Youth Engaged in Wetlands and the Ramsar Youth Working Group. And we support the Convention on Wetlands, whose mission is the conservation and sustainable use of wetlands. Wetlands are absolutely critical to UNEA and our environmental goals in tackling the triple planetary crisis. According to this year's Global Wetland Outlook from 2025, we've lost 22% of all of our wetlands since 1970, which, if you think of the scale, is 1/5 of all of our wetlands in the world. So this is a very important issue for the environment and climate. So since at the last two COPs, we've had two youth resolutions adopted, the last one being in Zimbabwe at COP15 this July, where we aim to drive meaningful inclusion of youth in the convention. But now what we're aiming for over the next 3 years until the next COP is we want to move from visibility to participation. At the moment, we have over 50 youth focal points adopted as part of the delegations. We want to bring this up to 177, so all parties are represented by youth. So our call to action today is to come talk to myself and my team here, Ariana Magini and Mogaka Benson, and to learn maybe you're the person who can represent your country as part of the Convention on Wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siska. Now over to Mario Galbert, representing the Ocean Science and Governance Youth Network. Mario.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everybody. The Ocean Science and Governance Youth Network was established on July 5, 2024 in Bali, Indonesia. This was as a result of months of work put in place a framework that can withstand scrutiny and represent the voice of youth from across the world. As a newly established affiliate of the Children and Youth Major Group, we are steadfast and ready to engage with all youth constituencies, networks, and organizations to help monitor the protection, management, and conservation of marine environments across UNEP-administered regional seas programs. At Union 6, we engage in this process through the Ocean Science and Governance Working Group of COMG. Following the adoption of the Ocean Affairs Resolution, which sought to strengthen the UNEP Regional Seas Program, the Regional Seas Convention and Action Plans covers several thematic areas, including marine litter, coastal zone management, land-based pollution, among others. Since then, we have engaged with 4 of the 7 Regional Seas Conventions and Action Plans that are administered by UNEP, the Tehran, Barcelona, Cartagena, and the Nairobi Conventions, which covers and spans several regions across the world. In fact, we had recently participated in the Cartagena Convention, which was held in my home country, Kingston, Jamaica, and was open to participate in the Barcelona Convention COP to be held in Egypt starting on Monday of this coming week. However, we have faced several challenges and will be using 2026 to strengthen partnerships and to build new relationships with the regional seas conventions, including the Abidjan Convention, the COP-C Convention, the COP-C Action Plan, and the Northwest Pacific Action Plan. We are pleased to announce to this assembly that the OSG network is now a member of the Coalition of Emerging Ocean Leaders, which was launched during the 2025 UN Ocean Conference that was held in Nice, France in June earlier this year. We also supported through CMG the Let's Be Nice initiative, which was very crucial to the stakeholders for the Ocean Conference that was also held in Nice. For the next 2 weeks, we will ensure youth voices are echoed through our interventions on deep seabed ecosystems, sargassum influx, and climate resilience of coral reef resolutions, which are crucial to our planet. Friends and colleagues, in these turbulent times filled with uncertainties, we must remain united in our fight against environmental injustice and continue to take up space, be the voice of youth and also the voice of the voiceless. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mario. And last but not least, Benson Young from the also newly established Youth Plastic Action Network.
Good morning, everyone present here. I'm Benson, one of the team members, distinguished colleagues representing YPAN, which stands for Youth Plastic Action Network, that formed out of the context of being inclusive, transparent, and collective in conception, preparation, as well as execution and governance, specifically in terms of engagement in intergovernmental negotiation to create a legally binding plastic treaty. We launched our newly formed network in Switzerland this August during INC 5.2 session and have since been able to successfully reach out in appreciable number in terms of interest from various youth groups and networks and continuing to build momentum in making this unique space thrive through meaningful youth engagement and revolutionize the mechanism of action by incorporating strategies to redefine the purpose, scope, and structure of engagement in sustainable and effective manner with goals for a less polluted world today and tomorrow. We extend our welcome to the distinguished youth present here and across the world and look forward for positive engagement with the youth in our network. I just want to end by saying this quote, by saying, our world carries the beauty of resilience and change. So let us thrive and be part of that change and not the reason of the change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benson, and thank you to all the fellow representatives of youth constituencies for sharing your work and messages with us. It's always very powerful to be reminded that while we work across different processes, we're ultimately part of the same movement working towards achieving environmental and intergenerational justice. We really appreciate your continued efforts, and we look forward towards finding more ways to work together. As the last segment of this session, we will move to a short presentation intended to introduce the CYMG and its role within UNEP, especially for those of you who are new to this space. We'll also highlight some of the key achievements from the past year and give you a quick overview of what to expect during the rest of the Youth Environment Assembly and how it links to UNEA. I will hand over to my colleague Clive to deliver the presentation.
Thank you so much, Natalia. And thank you so much for the sister constituencies for sharing your inputs. First, I'll take you quickly through CMG and what we do or what or whom we are as a constituency. So Children and Youth Major Group is an official youth engagement mechanism to UNEP. And Children and Youth Major Group is an official youth engagement mechanism to UNEP. And we are an official youth engagement mechanism engaging in various UNEP processes. And through this, we are also part of UNEP major group system, which consists of 9 major groups, and we are one of them. Just to quickly mention, Children and Youth Major Group, Farmers Major Group, Women Major Group, Indigenous People, Local Authorities, NGO, Workers and Trade Union, Science and Community, and Business and Industry. And through these major groups, we are able to facilitate engagement and represent each major group. And each major group has elections whereby we have 2 official global coordinators elected for each constituent or for each major group. And also these major groups facilitators, the 18 facilitators, they consist of something called Major Groups Facilitating Committee. And we are able to facilitate the entire major group system. And we also have 2 co-chairs of the Major Group Facilitating Committee. And this major group facilitating committee is also supported by 12 regional facilitators, 12 regional facilitators for each region to participate and also as observers. Next, when it comes to about our engagement in UNEP, we all know what UNEP does, and for those who don't know, UNEP sets a norm for environmental governance and engagement, and it also prioritizes environmental science policy interfaces, and also in areas of advocacy and communications. And going to the second part of this presentation, where I'm going to now to take you through the introduction of COMG and key achievements since the last UN Environment Assembly. So since the last UN Environment Assembly, as a constituency, we have been able to increase our membership, and up to now we represent 2,000 plus organizations. 66 of those organizations are accredited to UNEP, and 12,000 individual members from 130 countries. This also shows how young people around the world are continuing to strengthen youth engagement in all related processes on environmental governance. In terms of activities, as a constituency, we support youth environmental leadership through active policy advocacy, expanding youth access, and also dedication in ensuring that we are advancing youth participation through capacity building and also financial support to engage in various processes. Across UNEP activities, in the environmental governance as a constituency, we engage in regular CPR meetings, which is the Committee of Permanent Representative to UNEP, more of a subsidiary body process to UNEA. We also engage into the regional preparatory processes. As this year's culmination of this assembly, we organized regional consultative meetings alongside ministerial forums. For example, in Africa, we were able to organize First Youth Day on the sidelines of the Regional Consultative Meeting of Africa and also on the sideline of the Africa Ministerial Conference of Environment, whereby young people developed their inputs. And this was also done in all regions globally. We also engage in various implementation of UNEP resolutions, whereby we strongly advocate for inclusion of young people in these implementation processes, but also ensuring that we provide tangible inputs in the decision-making process on the resolutions where they are being negotiated or discussed. And our UNEP administered MEAs and scientific engagement, I'll quickly mention. We engage in the Montreal Protocol, and recently we were able to organize the third session forum of the Youth Climate Protection on an environment on the sidelines of the 37th meeting of parties of the Montreal Protocol, which happened recently here at UNON. We also engage in Healthy Planet in the GEO process. We also engage in the CITES process, Global Plastic Treaty negotiations, Minamata Convention, World Adaptation Scientific Program, Intergovernmental International Resource Panel, and also IPCC and EAT-based. Under UNEP facilitated initiatives, quickly we engage also in the EMG, the UNEP Environment Management Group, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, Green Jobs for Youth Pact, where we have representation, UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. And also, how do we advance these solutions, or how do we engage? As a constituency, we engage in strengthening youth engagement through ambitious environmental governance through key avenues. One is capacity building. Secondly is expanding access and policy advocacy. And through this capacity building, we've been organizing a lot of webinars on the sidelines of preparatory of various MEAs, intergovernmental negotiating processes, open dialogues on key environmental issues, expanding funding. We continue to mobilize resources from stakeholders, governments, and member states as well. And also in terms of policy advocacy, we've been drafting policy positions to different processes. We've been also developing various policy briefs, and also we've been engaging in dialogues with national and international authorities on seeing how we can be able to advance youth common agenda and youth common position. In terms of capacity building, we've been making progress, and this has been accessible through various 13 thematic working groups, which I'll touch on briefly. And you can also be able to go through the room where we have the placards for our thematic groups and see how you can engage with our focal points to take part strongly in various working groups. So we have 13 thematic working groups. I'll just mention a few. We have environmental law, adaptation, chemicals and waste, green economy, nature and ecosystem, children affairs, policy coordination group, and all. And still, if you go to our website, you can be able to find all this information there. We also have regional groups, whereby we have 2 elected regional focal points for our constituency. And these focal points, they also help in advancing CMG positions in various regions. And also here in Kenya, as UNEP is the host country, Kenya is the host country of UNEP, we also have our UNEP host country focal point, who also supports mostly in-person youth engagement at UNEP process, and also key avenues like the CPR and the Montevideo Environmental Law Program. Up to this juncture, we've been having a full engagement approach, or a full engagement roadmap. And now, throughout the year, we've engaged in various processes from the CMS, COP15. We've also been engaging in the OPN, OH, Open Science Governance, BRS, COP. We've also been engaging in the INC processes, the Montreal Protocol, and now here today we are engaging the Youth Environment Assembly as a preparatory approach for the next coming OECPR beginning from next week, and also the UN Environment Assembly. And through this process, as a constituency, we facilitate youth system-wide engagement. And also, as the DD mentioned earlier, we facilitate all engagement in all the process, ensuring that we are strengthening youth engagement and coordination mechanism, all UNEP-related processes. Up to that point, to the next slide, we have a QR code where you can be able to scan and engage more in the constituency, find more how you can be able to participate, how you can be able to become a member. And also, if you have any query, we have an email attached in this PowerPoint where you can be able to contact us, and also feel free to engage much with the focal points to get specific information that you require. In the next slide, the third part, which is now Youth Environment Assembly and UNEA, and what to expect. First, now that we're having the Youth Environment Assembly, it also sets precedent for the upcoming Global Major Group Stakeholders Forum that will happen next week. And the Global Major Group Stakeholders Forum acts as a preparatory meeting for UNEA, bring all stakeholders and major groups to participate and prepare statements and positions that we'll be able to present, and also our statements, inputs to UNEA. And this also will also be an avenue to develop our inputs for the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representative, which is a negotiating body for UNEA, and we'll be seeing all the resolutions being negotiated in that body. And now the UN Environment Assembly, which is now the world highest decision-making organ on all environmental issues, comprising of 193 member states, and it sets global standard and global norms on environmental governance, providing policy guidance and also defining policy responses in addressing the pressing environmental challenges of our time. In the next slide, where we have the Youth Environment Assembly agenda and sessions, also we have another QR code. Perhaps if you didn't scan the initial code, you can be able to scan this, and it will take you to our page, and you'll find the relevant information. And now, the outcome of this Youth Environment Assembly will come up with the Global Youth Declaration on Environment, which is a pivotal document providing overview of the global youth representation and the collective position of youth, what the youth demands. And this declaration speaks out for voices of many young people whom are here in the room, and also those who are not, after having various regional consultative meetings online and in person, alongside various ministerial segments all over the world. And also, this declaration has had consistent consultations online through our Zoom network. And this declaration, in terms of impacts, it will be able to guide our advocacy mechanism and efforts that we aim to achieve beyond towards this UNEA and beyond. And also, this declaration is a more of a clarion call from young youth leaders and also youth from different parts of the world, calling on what they really want to be achieved. Just to mention, for the past two Youth Environment Assemblies and last year Youth Environment Assembly Declaration, which was a very powerful document, was also able to be referenced in the high-level political forum in New York. And also recently in the Ramsar Convention COP that recently happened, we also saw one of the youth resolution tabled by government of Australia referencing on how children and youth media group also influences environmental governance. And now that we are in the era of speaking on how to strengthen Nairobi as the capital for the environment, and recently also we saw the government of Kenya celebrated 60 years of environmental diplomacy. We also see a stronger engagement mechanism on how we can be able to strengthen this approach, and also bringing more innovative solutions, and also young people playing key role in terms of achieving on solid pact for what we are advocating for. The UN Environment Assembly, as the world highest decision-making organ, will be convening next in the next 2 weeks, and also will be able to provide precedent on terms of how member states can be able to relate with youth common positions. And in the OECPR, we'll be taking part actively in the OECPR, providing policy inputs recommendation inputs to the negotiating governments, and also we'll be able to provide a common statement or statement to a common position in the OECPR. And just to mention before I close, the ministerial declaration, which is a high-level political declaration by governments, and it's also a primarily political outcome of FUNEA. And just to mention, the third paragraph of this declaration references the outcome or has a placeholder for the outcome of the Global Youth Environment Assembly, and also shows a commitment on how governments around the world are also beginning to take stronger consideration of the Youth Environment Assembly. And also, this resonates with the recent declaration from Africa Ministerial Conference of Environment, the Tripoli Declaration, which also references similar language recognizing the solid work that youth do in terms of strengthening environmental governance. Lastly, in terms of UNEA 7 resolution, we have seen governments tabling around 16 draft resolutions clustered in four clusters. We have cluster A, B, C, and D. And I will not mention all the resolutions because we'll be able to interact with that later. But just to mention quickly, in cluster one, we had 7 resolutions. Cluster B, we have 5 resolutions. Cluster C, we have 3. And cluster D, we have 4 resolutions. And also to engage more with these resolutions, please see our thematic focal points and various placards to take you through various resolutions on how you can be able to follow these resolutions alongside the OECPR negotiations and also on the sidelines of FUNEA and any consultative meeting that comes up through the constituency. To that juncture, I thank you and I yield the floor back to my colleague Natalia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clive. With that, we've actually come to the end of this opening session. A big thank you again to all of our guests and participants for being here and for helping us set the tone for the coming days. We'll now take a coffee break until 11:45. You can go to either the cafeteria upstairs on the first floor or the delegates' lounge just on the right-hand side from the exit from this room. And we will proceed with the session Multilateral Environmental Agreements here in this room at 11:45 sharp. There is no parallel session to this first session on Maya, so we will hopefully see you all back in this room very shortly. Enjoy the break, and thank you so much again for joining us today.
Eh? Hebu? Hmm? Uko poa. Hebu piga ingine. Piga. Okay. Uko sawa? Mtu anaweza dhani na respond.
Some you must have taken to.
Okay. Thank you. It's okay. Yes, we want to play music and we want to play this slide. Play the music. How? Where was it played? Mariana, show us where was the
Analipiga. I'm giving you my left leg. Can I use this? Yes. What's the excuse me? It has a problem.
Shukran. What?
You done? No yet.
àsìkò mi lóde mo sọ fún ẹ kó o gbọ́ orí mi kò dẹ́rù pa mí sẹ́ mo dúpẹ́ owó tuntun wọlé fún mi ọmọ tuntun wọlé sẹ́ mo dúpẹ́ àsìkò mi wá bá tẹ ẹgbẹ́ mu sẹ́ oyè 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 Jésù mo dúpẹ́ o ṣé. Mo fìjà mi fún ọjà. Mo gbà mí lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá ilé ọ̀tá òde. Wọ́n ti lè wù kẹ́sì máa lè ní tó oyé yébéyébéyébéyé. Kì í ṣe pé àwọn ràbóra ní rárá o. Inú mi mọ́ ju òògùn lọ bó bá mọ̀ kó ya pọ́sẹ̀. Mo sọ díẹ̀. Ànábì wá sọ wípé. Ó ṣẹlẹ̀. Asalatu sari Asalatu sari madam.
How you can work a small record, yeah? Just a small one.
Asalatu sari madam.
No. Asalatu sari
Asalatu sari madam.
How does it look like? Yes. Hello. Thank you.
Ẹ ṣeun tí a gbé ní sẹ́ẹ̀.
Okay, let me stop laughing now. Take a serious picture.
Wọ́n lè wù ká ṣe máa lè rí tó yéyébéyéyé mo tún ti wí. Kì í ṣẹgbẹ́ àwọn ràgó ní rárá o. Inú mi mọ́ ju òògùn lọ́kọ̀ bámọ̀ kó ya gbọ́ sẹ́. Asalatu sorry, oh. Asalatu sorry, mother.
Umepiga?
Asalatu sorry, mother.
Yunene inaonekana.
Asalatu sorry, mother. Asalatu sorry, oh. Asalatu sorry, mother.
Piga hii. Umepiga? Go to camera. So be one. Go to camera now. Normal camera. Normal camera now. You've saved. You've clicked on save. Where the device? Normal camera umepata? Umepata? No, what was that? That is normal camera. Normal camera. This one here. Umechukua. Haya. This one here.
Hi everyone, can I please have your attention? Hi! We'll be starting in the next 7 minutes, so I request you all to please settle down.
Hi everybody, please start taking your seats now. The next session will begin shortly. Dear participants, please start taking your seats again. The next session will begin shortly. Dear participants, please take your seats. The next session will begin shortly.
Nas, I can also mute it and unmute. Iko sawa? Thina waku andå ranjä ra nä atä å renda. Victor, just tell me whether.
Delegates, please take your seats. We will begin shortly.
Recording in progress.
It's still good morning. Hi everyone, good morning. How are we all doing? Can I please request those standing be seated at the earliest? All right, we're going to get started right now. Last request for everybody to please be seated.
Can you stop asking for show of hands?
Yeah. Before we start off, I'm sure most of you here have engaged with at least one multilateral environment agreement itself. Just in terms of an emotions check or a tone check, how many of you all feel currently frustrated with how the MEA processes are happening across the world? Any show of hands? Are you all happy? I see very few hands. No? The question is, how many of you all here feel frustrated with how the current MEA processes are happening?
Asking a leading question.
All right, we'll quickly get started. I'm Himavati S. Shekhar from the Children and Youth Major Group to the UNEP. Thank you so much for joining us. Our session is titled Reforming the International Environment Governance Architecture. And after the opening, we wanted to start the year with a space that helps us zoom out, look at the bigger picture when we deep dive into thematic sessions later. Right now, today is about understanding how the current environment system works, where is it struggling, what kind of changes are needed for a future that is more fair, more coordinated, and more open to young people itself. The hope is that whatever we learn here today can be carried into the conversations around climate, biodiversity, oceans, pollutions, and other discussions that will follow over the next days. To open our session, I'm happy to invite my colleague Yuben to provide more context about the session.
Thank you for that, Hammer. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cuban, Head of Outreach and Partnerships at the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. We meet at a time where environmental crises are accelerating. This means climate impacts like extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, pollution in our air, water bodies, and soils, and acidification of our oceans. Yet, there is cause for hope, both in recent history and ongoing developments. The Montreal Ozone Protocol is the poster child for successful international cooperation, having led to a global reduction in ozone-depleting substances and a subsequent recovery of the ozone layer. At the same time, lower costs of renewable energy technologies are contributing to rapid grid decarbonization, increased electrification, and cleaner air across the world. We have made meaningful progress in the 10 years since the Paris Agreement, although, of course, much more remains to be done. For all these successes, it is clear that we operate within structures that are fragmented, siloed, and uneven. More than 300 multilateral environmental agreements work hard in their focused areas, but we are here to ask a bigger question. How do we move from separate streams of action to a system that is coherent, inclusive, and effective for a planet facing multiple crises? This question has gained increasing relevance and political momentum in the past few years, as showcased by the inclusion of the MEA Day as a permanent fixture of the UNEA agenda. This is accelerating with the ongoing UN80 reforms and cost-cutting measures. Today's discussion is thus not theoretical. It's part of a real and ongoing shift within the UN system. Processes like the Bern process and the Climate and SDG Synergies Initiative show that governments and institutions and the UN system recognize the need for stronger cooperation. The challenge now is to take these early discussions and pathways and turn them into a long-term architecture that works for the people and planet. And this, of course, is where we must be present, not as just observers, but as partners in reimagining what environmental governance looks like in 2030, 2040, 2050, and 2100. Over past UNEA sessions, we have seen youth representation grow stronger, fostering deeper collaboration between UNEP, MEA secretariats, other UN agencies, together with young people who bring insights, urgency, and a sense of global solidarity. Even in difficult geopolitical moments such as today's, Young people have consistently pushed for greater ambition and greater coherence. And this, I think, tells us something quite important. Reform is not about institutions, it's also about who is invited to shape the future and who is entrusted with responsibility. We need a system that listens, a system that responds, and a system that reflects the realities and priorities of communities everywhere, those communities that you are here representing today. I want to thank our distinguished guests today for joining us and for sharing your experiences at the heart of multilateral environmental collaboration. We look forward to hearing your experiences and observations on what is working, what must change, and how we can together build governance that is more coherent and more just. With that, I invite our speakers to help begin this conversation with honesty, courage, and a shared commitment to a resilient future. Back to you, Hannah.
Thank you so much, Cuban, for grounding us. Now we'll move on to the keynote reflections. We're incredibly privileged to have two amazing women here joining us who have also been working very closely with the environment governance system that we are talking about today. First, I would like to invite Professor Patricia, who's the director of the UNEP Law Division, to give her keynote remarks.
Good morning. I really would like to thank the Children and Youth Major Group for organizing this session and for inviting me to share some reflections on a topic that is of utmost importance for our futures, but especially for your future. And this is reform of the international environmental governance architecture, which should reflect the needs of youth, children, and future generations. Let me be clear. By mentioning these groups together, I am not conflating them. I am calling attention of the audience to the fact that these three have different interests, needs, and rights to be protected. And today, at the margins of the 7th UN Environment Assembly, we stand at a defining moment for our planet. The environmental crisis of climate change, nature, land, biodiversity loss, and pollution and waste are deeply interconnected. Yet our governance systems remain deeply fragmented. If we continue with business as usual, none of the environmentally related sustainable development goals will be achieved by 2030. And I would like to share three key messages along those lines. Firstly, while multilateral environmental agreements are essential, the current system is in need of reform. Since 1972, the foundational moment of the current era of environmental law, multilateral environmental agreements have formed the backbone of global environmental governance, providing critical frameworks to tackle the environmental challenges and to advance the 2030 agenda. However, the system is complex and siloed. Yet, environmental issues do not exist in isolation. Deforestation worsens climate impacts, chemical mismanagement degrades biodiversity, and ocean pollution affects human health. Yet, our governance architecture often treats these challenges separately. The latest findings of UNEP's flagship scientific report, the Global Environment Outlook, are sobering. Under the current policies, none of the environmental SDGs will be met by 2030. According to the annual report on the achievement of the SDGs, only 35% of targets with data are on track. Nearly half are moving too slowly, and 18% have regressed. My second message is that environmental degradation is not just an ecological issue. It undermines health, education, housing, and economic security. It affects systems flows and is degrading the health of the planet worldwide. Without doubt, we need urgent reform to make the system coherent and responsive. For these reasons, strengthening coherence and cooperation across multilateral environmental agreements is critical and provides a very great opportunity. Countries face real challenges in implementing the diversity of MEAs in a coordinated ways. Many agreements share overlapping objectives and obligations, but rather than looking at this as a burden, we should see it as an opportunity. By connecting the dots at the national level, integrated approaches that are cost effective and mutually reinforcing can be adopted and mainstreamed. Integrated and systems based approaches are fundamental in ensuring cost effectiveness and successful implementation, planning, monitoring of the international environmental commitments. And this coherence helps us to track progress more accurately, accelerates SDG delivery, and ensures that actions on climate, biodiversity, land, and chemicals, among others, are mutually reinforcing and ultimately supportive of better decision making across all fields. My third message is that any reform in both its process and outcomes must be inclusive. Youth should be engaged as co creators and co designers of the future. Whole of society approaches are essential here as they require policymakers, government, and others to look holistically at the life cycle of a policy or law and its implementation. And this is a concept that has found expression in many MEAs. Youth, in particular, bring the longest term stake and a strong demand for accountability, with 2.4 billion people aged between 10 and 29. Youth will live through consequences of the decisions we make today. Yet they remain underrepresented in environmental governance. UNEP is working to change this. And key examples are what we have here, the Children and Youth Major Group, as well as youth-led processes like the UNEA 6 Global Youth Declaration. But we must go further and do more. Youth can demand further action, help co-design more coherent systems, call for transparency, accountability, and innovate participatory models. Reforming governance means embedding justice, intergenerational equity, and the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment at its core. UNEP remains committed to supporting this work, including by facilitating dialogue among treaty bodies, promoting joint scientific assessments, and guiding harmonized national implementations. As I conclude, the message is clear. We need a governance system that is coherent, inclusive, and future proof. This may require us to think outside of the box and to find solutions that the world urgently needs. And where better to find those than from among you young people? UNEP stands ready to work with all of you to accelerate progress towards 2030 agenda and the achievement of sustainable environmental commitments. Together, we can build an environmental architecture that delivers for people and planet today and for generations to come. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think a key takeaway, I think, for all of us to remember is that all issues that we speak about are interconnected, like she mentioned, but our governance is very fragmented in every way. So we need to look at all of these in the conversations we're going to be having later. Now, I would like to welcome Ms. Maria, who's the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Ozone Secretariat. Ma'am, please.
Good day, and thank you very much for sacrificing your Saturday to be with us. So I'm standing here so you can see me a bit better. So as the moderator said, I am Maria Socorro Mangiat. I have the distinct privilege of being the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer, or, borrowing the words of the author of a recent article on the ozone hole, the Montreal Protocol, the global agreement that actually worked. So before the Montreal Protocol, there was the Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer, whose 40th birthday we celebrate this year. The convention did not limit the production and consumption of the substances that are now controlled under the Montreal Protocol. However, it laid the foundations for scientific and technical cooperation to further investigate the impacts of human activity on the ozone layer and the adverse effects of ozone layer depletion on us and on the environment. In addition, it established a conference of the parties that would subsequently adopt the Montreal Protocol, the international agreement that led to the elimination of 99% of ozone depleting substances, or ODSs. Under the protocol, 197 countries and the European Union have committed to cut and cease the production and consumption of ODSs and to slow down their production and consumption of hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs. These HFCs were brought in as ODS substitutes. However, while they do not damage the ozone layer, HFCs were later found to be contributing to climate change. The protocol started with small and achievable targets, subsequently strengthened based on developments in science and technology. It was amended 5 times to incrementally strengthen it. Such improvements were possible due to the design of a highly flexible instrument that allowed the tightening of controls as science evolved. Every 4 years, the parties to the protocol assess the protocol's control measures based on available scientific, environmental, technical, and economic information. These assessments have been the basis for the inclusion of more substances and the adoption of accelerated targets and tighter controls. This science driven decision making process has been complemented by an innovative legal mechanism known as an adjustment that enables parties to adapt and respond quickly. Sustained compliance by developing country parties with their reduction targets is ensured through the protocol's financial mechanism. The Multilateral Fund for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol funds projects for the development of country programs, phase out management plans, and various complementary projects. Another factor contributing to the success of the protocol is its non compliance procedure, which is designed as a facilitative and non punitive mechanism. The protocol's implementation committee considers cases of failure to comply with obligations under the protocol with a view to securing an amicable solution. Thus, if you look at any decision declaring a party in noncompliance, you will see that the emphasis is on the submission of a compliance action plan that will ensure the party's prompt return to compliance. Another key pillar of the protocol are its 3 assessment panels, which provide independent and authoritative assessments, namely the Scientific Assessment Panel, the Environmental Effects Assessment Panel, and the Technology and Economic Assessment Panel. Any observer of the Montreal Protocol will realize how important these panels are in the international decision making process. Now, before I end this quick snapshot of the protocol, allow me to quote from the article entitled NASA Confirms a Big Win for the Planet 2025 Ozone Hole Among the Smallest in Decades. And I quote: as someone who remembers learning about the ozone hole in school as an environmental disaster with no clear solution, watching the world come together to fix it remains one of the most hopeful examples of global cooperation we have. And perhaps more importantly, it proves something we rarely get confirmation of in environmental science. Global action works when we actually commit to it. Thank you and have a successful assembly.
Thank you so much, Maria. I think it is, it's a matter of hope looking at the Montreal Protocol that multilateralism works and we can continue working that way. And now we'll quickly move on to a panel with two amazing deputy permanent representatives, Astrid from Mexico and Oost from Netherlands. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm hoping to have more of a conversation with the both of you here, hoping that you can share your perspectives on your work and engagement through your experience with various MEAs and UNEP here. Maybe to start off, from your experience, we have so many multilateral environment negotiations. What do you see as the most important reforms that are needed currently to make the international environment governance architecture itself more coherent and effective? Either one of you can start off, and then we can come back to you.
Good morning, everyone, and really appreciate the invitation and, of course, the question. But I actually wanted to start with one question for you, and it's pretty much in line with the previous question. So, how many of you know about UN80? Please raise your hand. Okay, and how many of you know about the UN80 action plan? So I guess that this good number of people will give us a hint of what's going to happen in the environmental governance during the next couple of years. And this is exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. First, let me give a special thanks to the Children and Youth Major Group, to UNEP. It is truly an honor to share with you some reflections at this high-level segment. And we do have a purpose in this event. You kindly share with us that what we want from this is to build a youth perspective on what an equitable, coherent, future-oriented environmental system should look like. And I can also share with you that Mexico advocates for an intersectional perspective to all UN80 reforms, which is what we are talking about, that must be led by the Global South. That's what we believe, with a Global South perspective. The children and youth, women and girls, indigenous people, and local communities and CSOs, for example, must be heard and lead these conversations. This is for us the most important event of UNEA 7. Let me inform you that Mexico is putting forward a draft resolution under Cluster D entitled Strengthening the Role of the UNEP Headquarters in Nairobi for one, effective multilateral governance in line with the UN80 reform and its action plan. This is what we believe is the most important task of current multilateralism, to be more ambitious, to be inclusive, diverse, effective, and close to the people. So one of the big objectives is to tackle fragmentation and dispersion of environmental meetings, MEAs, and multilateral environmental negotiations in general that will take place in any part of the world. And in this regard, we know that UNEP will conduct an assessment along with UNFCCC of current arrangements in order to make proposals on possible structural changes and program realignments according to the UN80 action plan issued by the Secretary General a couple of weeks ago. So in our resolution, we invite the MEAs in the framework of their capacities to transfer their secretariats or operations to Nairobi, to make the best use of the facilities that we already have here in UNON, and also the great human capital in Kenya, especially you, the youth from the Global South. So this is how I wanted to start the conversation, and this is what we see from the UN80 initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Astrid. Do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, it already is. Karibu Kenya, for those that traveled all the way to Kenya. Let me first of all also provide a word of thanks to the organization, to UNEP, to the Children and Youth Major Group for making this possible. It's really amazing to see so many people in the room. I think I just heard it's the biggest youth environment assembly ever. So I think that's a big compliment to all of you. Actually, I have to say, this room has never been as full in the time that I've spent in Nairobi. Even the balconies have people on them. Normally, when we are in day-to-day CPR meetings, it's just the member states, and we don't fill the room as you do. So a big compliment to all of you to making the effort and come here and take time out of your busy schedules to actually demand your place in environmental decision making. I think it's worth a big compliment to you. And I also like the big questions that were put on the theme of this session. I mean, striving for a coherent, inclusive, effective environmental governance system. This is not an easy question to answer. It's actually a very complex one and a daunting one. And already acknowledging that you as youth take the time to address these important questions, which are very necessary to address, but again, not easy to answer. I think, again, it's a big compliment. You really demand your place in this room, you demand your place in environmental decision making, and you demand your place or your voice to be included in decisions that will affect your future. So again, a big compliment to all of you. As I said, big questions, reforming international environmental governance architecture, it might be necessary. I think we have just heard some reflections from the previous speakers that spoke to the fragmentation of the current system, that integrated approaches and integrated planning are needed to ensure effective decisions taken at the multilateral level, to ensure that they can actually be operationalized and have a meaningful change on the ground. But again, we have to look back at what's already there in terms of MEAs, the multilateral environmental agreements, and their foundational documents, which are mostly treaties or conventions. I think these documents contain key elements that explain or that speak to the current issues that we nowadays face in environmental decision making. These treaties and conventions and documents were set up to address global challenges of a transboundary nature that no country can solve alone, right? That's why we are here in a multilateral setting. But then again, when we are engaging in multilateral fora, we need outcomes that speak to everyone's interest, right? Not one country can be preferred over another. So we need to have outcomes that speak to the concerns and needs and interests of all. And I think that is very neatly reflected in the concept of consensus-based decision-making. That is a great concept, which in Nairobi we like to call the Nairobi spirit. We try to take decisions as much as possible by consensus. And I think we have managed to do that already for more than 30, maybe 40 years, that all big decisions we take are actually taken by consensus. And that's the beauty of multilateralism, that we design solutions to global challenges that actually benefit us all, and that everyone can also find their own interests reflected in. But nevertheless, this concept of consensus-based decision-making also poses a threat, especially in the current geopolitical situation that we find ourselves in. If all countries need to agree for a decision to be made, then also it means in practice that one country can block decisions from being taken, right? And that especially holds true for when new treaties or new documents or new internationally legally binding instruments are being established. I think that question of how we can change this practice, if we want to, is a very daunting one, to which I mostly don't have an answer. But nevertheless, thinking about how we can overcome this very practical challenge is worth reflecting upon, I think. And I promise, Madam Moderator, I won't be long. I will shortly give the floor back to you. But in that, I think it's important to reflect on what's still possible, right? Because for treaties to be changed and for the environmental decision-making processes laid out therein to be changed, again, we need consensus, which is not easy to find because countries that don't want these decisions to be taken by, for example, voting, will not agree to these foundational documents being changed, right? That's the practice. So then again, how can we look into what's already there and seek new possibilities, new opportunities? And I think that exactly is the reason why we are here today, that moments like this, with so many people gathered in one room for one common purpose, namely to demand change in environmental governance processes, send out a signal, right? And it shows that people are actually demanding these global challenges to be addressed in an effective and adequate manner. So I will end again with a compliment that this is really encouraging to see when we as member states find ourselves in the meeting rooms on a day-to-day basis. We're not always encouraged by what we say to each other, I must say. But then again, seeing so many youth participants in this room, again, also gives us, I think, some encouragement to really think twice of what we say in the microphone to each other and to make sure that we actually do this for a purpose, right? And that purpose is our shared future. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think I also want to point out on the consensus process something that I look at it positively, even if you're a country that is under resourced, not financially capable, you still have a voice in the multilateral process. And that is also very, very important for us to consider while we navigate the reforms conversation. But coming down to your country's engagement across different MEAs, depending on each country's, what practical approaches do you think have worked in breaking these silos and strengthening coordinations? Because a lot of countries surely face difficulties with their commitments with so many MEAs. They want to engage on various issues, but every issue they engage at also turns into commitments for them nationally. So, how do you think, we break silos and strengthen coordination? Especially, what can others learn from as well? Astrid, do you want to go?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. And again, it's not an easy one. I think it all starts back home. To coordinate, for example, in a country as big as Mexico is a challenge per se. So more than 32 states will have to convene and give feedback to and respond to the MEAs. This is something that we do in Mexico City. So internal coordination among our states is essential. But when it comes to our response to our people, and when we work directly with MEAs, there are a lot of questions about synergies and two different concepts, like what's the meaning of synergies? Why are we talking about coordination and collaboration? And what's the difference between these two concepts? So what I have seen that works with UNEP, for example, is that these synergies are really translated into, for example, the science policy interface. When you have these outcomes, you communicate these outcomes as an MEA, and then you coordinate with UNEP. So it's not only about the knowledge products, it's about what these knowledge products will tell and will inform member states. This is just a quick example. But this is the conversation that we have all the time in the room, and just knows about it. It is what can synergies really do for us, and what can it really mean in the day-to-day work and in the work in the field. So this is what I can share with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And also thank you, Astrid, for pointing out that synergies angle. I think that's a very key one, and I will speak to it later as well. Maybe just to respond to the question directly, as you know, as Netherlands, we form part of the European Union. So oftentimes in these multilateral fora, we speak via the EU with one common voice as 27 member states. But behind that one single voice of the EU goes a whole different world of combining already the voices and interests of 27 member states, which sometimes takes even more time to bridge together and unify than the multilateral negotiations themselves, right? So I think what is key in the role of the Netherlands in that EU pre-phase of decision making, and then also in what we reflect as EU on the global stage, is that we try and make sure that everything we agreed to in these global fora is actually implementable at home, which means that before we go into the EU decision-making processes and then afterwards in the multilateral ones, we try to hold up the net, basically, of what interests are basically felt at home, which means we try to speak to civil society organizations, we try to speak to industry and economic sectors, we try to speak to scientific institutions, academia, to ensure that we have a well-informed debate internally of which position we want to take, and translate that into what's needed on the ground, and thus what we want to demand for in multilateral fora. So I think that's one aspect of the question, that when we go and settle out to engage in environmental decision-making in a multilateral setting, we need to actually know what we want it to solve, right? And then I come to the question of synergies. Like I noted it down before as well. This is a key aspect and a key dimension, I think, of environmental decision-making, because it was just mentioned by, I think, Madame Maria. You said we have more than 300 multilateral environmental agreements, which is a lot, right? That means that we have many global challenges that needs attention in a multilateral setting, but it also means that we have a lot of separate mechanisms that address one specific question in those multilateral settings. That might not always be the most efficient setup, because also challenges change and evolve. What we agreed on back in 1972 might not reflect the current challenges that we face. For a big part they do, but new issues came up, right? So trying to seek how to best integrate and mingle basically what's already there with the new and upcoming challenges is key. And also making sure that we build up each other's strengths there. And when we take action in one fora, or when we take action on one specific issue, it would be great if it can be integrated with taking action on other issues as well. So again, that synergies dimension is key. And actually within the MEA system, we have one actor, or one body that actually speaks to this concern of enhancing synergies. And that is the Environmental Management Group, which is a UN body, basically, a UN group that combines and speaks to those integrated approaches. So when, for example, UNEP sets out to address environmental issues as such via one MEA secretariat, for example, it can speak via this environmental management group to other UN bodies to make sure that their approach is being heard by others and can then also be built upon by those other actors. So ensuring that there is a continuous flow of communication and information going already helps to make sure that those synergies that are potentially there can actually be leveraged. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And now we'll maybe come to your reflections on youth specifically. In term, Astrid, you also mentioned about the need for inclusiveness and participation. When we look at all stakeholders, especially youth, ensure there's one thing about participation. It can be just participation, but also ensuring that it is meaningful in every way is also another task at hand itself. So, according to both of you, what changes do you think are needed to make that participation more impactful rather than something that is symbolic? Joost, do you want to come in first this time?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And I think it's a really good question, and actually a key question that you can best answer, I think. But let me try and make an effort to do so. In my first intervention, I think I said focus on what's possible, right? We find ourselves in a certain setting in which certain things may be possible and certain things may be more challenging. But I think that is one thing that I continuously keep in mind when I talk about stakeholder engagement. Look for what's possible. Because certain settings, they don't allow for stakeholders to be engaged, right? But still, there are certain niches in which you can actually have an impact and contribute to the processes. So that's the general framing. Look for what's possible. And then also, I think, Astrid, you already mentioned it, listen to the science. I think when you enter a conversation based on scientific evidence, you already have a foot in the door, right? You already know that your argument is backed up by validated and sound data. So your voice will be listened to because you can back it up with concrete evidence. Then looking into the question of the how, right, which is always the most important question. We talk about the what, we talk about what's out there, but about how to actually make sure that stakeholders are engaged in a meaningful manner is still a challenging one to answer. There again, ensuring inclusivity and keeping your eyes on the ball, I think, are two key elements there. Because when you demand your position or your place and your seat at the table, you can be how do you say daunted or amazed by what's out there, right? But making sure that you find the processes and the elements and the ways to actually make a meaningful contribution is key therein. So, for example, within UNEP, you have the Children and Youth Major Group, right, which organized this session together with UNEP itself. That is one way to engage within our national delegation, and I think I can see them already sitting at the back of the room. We have youth delegates, hi there. In the Dutch delegation, we just make sure that our youth, our national youth, has a seat at the table and makes an integral part of our delegation to, in this case, UNIA. So that is one way. But also, again, assemblies like these that are built upon a more general assembly like UNIA, but then focus on engaging youth, engaging cities and regions, engaging indigenous people, engaging scientists. These are all meaningful ways in you can influence what's going on out there, right? One other example, which I am in the happy opportunity to be co-chairing together with Clive, the global coordinator of the Children and Youth Major Group, who should be sitting in this room also somewhere. We co-chair the group of friends on enhanced stakeholder engagement in UNEP-led processes. And this group is an informal group in which stakeholders and member states come together. It was set up both by demand of stakeholders, but especially by demand of member states as well, to ensure that outside of the formal meetings that we have in UNEP processes, we actually have a space, we create a space, a forum for member states and stakeholders to come together and to exchange on common interests, on what's needed in formal decision-making processes, but to ensure that the interests that are out there are actually addressed. So again, just making sure that you demand these fora to be established is a way to ensure you contribute meaningfully to these processes. Thanks.
Thank you. My colleague already answered this question in a really brave way, but I'll also come back to the fact that there must be a difference between participation and real decision making. It's great that we can hear all major groups, but it's also important that us member states can bring all your insights and perspectives into the documents, into the resolutions. And what I was thinking could be done is to actually reflect the outcomes of all these meetings and all your, let's say, questions into a single document, or to try to always come up with an outcome, because these documents will be read by member states, and then it'll be easier for us to engage directly with you, first of all, and then to have this meaningful impact into our outcomes or intergovernmental outcomes. So this is one important part. And I was going to mention the group of friends that just leads. It was an initiative by Portugal, and we pretty much liked the fact that it was an informal group. Over there are frank conversations, so we invite you to also engage into this group. And the conversations are not only about UNEA. We talk about MEAs and other processes that happen around the globe, and this is where we want you. And maybe let me just finish by saying that we also have youth delegations in New York. We'll want to have them here in Nairobi. But one important part, and I'll come back to this, is that we give the UNEP headquarters a bigger voice into the global or average conversations regarding multilateral environmental agreements, but also multilateral governance. We do have the capacities here, we have the human resources, we are ready to engage here, and we have the representation from the Global South. So this is also a good opportunity to keep on engaging. And once again, maybe this is the last question, but thank you for the invitation, the commitment, and the talent. And we must work for you. Member states must work for you. So here we are to listen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both, for your very honest remarks. I think those are the kind of conversations we need to have. And as much as this conversation is daunting and overwhelming, it's a start. And, you know, that is how we start the processes. We'll have, if the keynote speakers are also okay, we can quickly open up the floor for some questions, if any. Is that okay? Do we have anybody from the floor with questions? Okay, over to you, Natalia.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So first,
Sharing,
yes.
sorry, Natalia is going first, and then where are you? I can't see you. Sorry.
Should I go ahead? Thank
Yes,
you so
please.
much. Thank you so much. This was a really fascinating discussion. As you mentioned, you specifically, this question of reforming the international financial architecture is a really, really complex one. And I'm really curious in your view, and I address this question to all of the panelists, what is the key next step we can take to help lay out the pathway for reform in a really tangible way? Professionally, actually working climate finance, and I work in part on the reform of the international financial architecture. So I deal in part with those questions of structural reforms. And in the context of climate finance, we have this independent high-level expert group on climate finance, which is run under the auspices of G20. And it has been really instrumental in helping lay out that pathway for reform, including for proposing the roles that different actors in the multilateral and the financial architecture should play in reforming the whole system. So I'm really curious, what do you think that could look like in the context of reforming the MEAS architecture, and especially as we have a very relevant resolution on this year's agenda, I wonder how that could be captured within that resolution. So curious to hear your thoughts on how that pathway for reform could be specified and laid out. Thank you.
Anybody on the panel who wants to start? Yeah.
I'll go back. Thank you for the question to the current process, or let's say initiative that's taking place or that was burning in New York. And we have the UN80. I know that this is the umbrella. We need to look to it from a global perspective, right? And in this case, I think that package 27 is an opportunity of the UN80 action plan to bring these concerns of climate finance into the conversation and to be frank about it. Because this will involve UNEP, but it'll also involve UNFCCC. And in this specific case, I think that all MEAs should be looking at the reform as an opportunity to bring or to fix these, let's say, issues regarding finance for, let's say, development. So, or any type of financing mechanism or resource mobilization strategy. So that'll be one possibility.
Anybody else in the panel wants to respond? If not,
Sorry, just to clarify the question briefly, it was not how to integrate finance in the MEAS reform, but more like how a similar pathway for the MEAS architecture reform could be laid out, similar to the process that we have in the context of climate finance, just because there is already an existing mechanism there that deals with that question of structural reform. I think in the context of the multilateral architecture reform, we don't really yet have a process in place, like an independent task force, for example, that is working on laying that out. So just curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a really good question. I'm not an expert on climate finance, so you know more about that than me. But I think Astrid already addressed the UN80 that I mentioned of this question, because I think it's an important one to highlight, that ultimately UN80 is more of a guideline, right? Ultimately, decisions that need to be taken concretely on the ground, as you say, if we want to reform certain structures or reform certain bodies or institutions, that decision to be taken is up to the governing body of that respective institution, right? So there, it would be worth it, I think, to explore the question of whether we can actually have an exploratory mechanism or process or discussion, at least, that addresses these questions internationally, right? And in an integrated manner, we come back to the question of synergies there. But if you have such a well-informed debate of what is actually needed, then you can start thinking about, okay, maybe we can start integrating the work of this body together with that entity, and then we can start thinking about the concrete questions that need to be addressed by the governing body of that specific entity, right? But again, this is ultimately a decision that needs to be taken by the governing bodies themselves. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your response. Do we have anybody else? I'll come to you. We also had somebody over here. Okay, there's someone sharing. Yes, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. So currently there is the UNET reform process and there is the Summit of the Future. So I was thinking that there could be a risk of reformer agenda itself because there's a fragmentation. Because in New York, there's the United Nations General Assembly, and in Nairobi here we have the UNIA. We're all pursuing a parallel but kind of like a disconnected path for the synergy. So my question is that how can the environmental governance reform avoid duplication of the reform agenda itself among different forums? So who holds or should hold the pen or the gavel? Thank you.
Okay, anybody interested in answering this again yet daunting question?
Can you not speak this?
I think there is quite a lot of things happening at different spaces, and it's important not to create the walls amongst those things. Like when you talk about the Summit of the Future, I think it's probably the most important um, document that has been negotiated. And though it is not binding, it has elements that could actually push the environment agenda. And the idea is, I think you're many, youth are many, that, and you have time and you're many. So what you could actually do is begin identifying what are the nuggets in each of these documents and then prioritize which would be the most important ones as pathways to beginning to reform the international multilateral environmental governance infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Patricia. We will take two more questions. I know there are a lot of hands up. One person from here, and I don't know how to choose. There's so many hands. Yeah. We'll have. Yes, you. I'll take you there. I'm so sorry. We can get back to you guys later. Thank you all for the enthusiasm. We'll have you on.
So my question is that given that most of these resolutions are sponsored and presented by the member states, I want to take a step back and go back to the time when, if we want to get in touch with the representatives of the member states, usually we have found that it is very difficult. Different governments work in different ways, and we try all our methods to try to get in touch with them. Some methods work and some doesn't work. So, in your personal experience, do you have few of the suggestions for us on how can we effectively reach out to them and how can we get in touch with them? And on the similar note, is it also possible, do you think, in a near future that CYMG or youth-led groups can also sponsor and propose any multilateral solutions or resolutions. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think many speakers are happy to answer this question. It's a very good one, and also one that is not new, right? I think, as you already rightly pointed out, this continuous engagement and continuous line of communication needs to be established in order to be meaningfully engaged as any stakeholder, be it youth, be it scientists, be it anyone. I think I have 2 points. One, join a group of friends. As I already said earlier, this is an informal platform in which member states and stakeholders can engage. It meets every 1.5 months, basically, to specifically focus on questions within the UNEP realm, but also outside of that, when we speak of UNIA and other processes that happen multilaterally. So very practically, make sure you are speaking to your constituency, basically, that is represented in that group of friends, and make sure that your voice is being reflected in what delegates say on the room. And that is a continuous stream of engagement, I would say. We have met also in person. It's mostly an online meeting, but we've also met in person, for example, during September's annual subcommittee. Also next week, we'll be having an informal gathering. So there you can at least meet people in person and ensure that you make the connections there. But then on a national level, and I think my esteemed youth delegates can also speak to this when you speak to them in the corridors, but self-organization here is, I think, critical because the more people you attract in your constituency, the bigger your voice, right? And the less easy your voice can be ignored or pushed away by actors that you want to speak to. So I think the more people you have and the more active your voice is being raised in a national setting, then suddenly you will find your way to your national governments or other governments outside of that.
Thank you so much. Anybody else on the? Yes, please, Astrid.
Yes, just to answer quickly to that one, I think that sometimes it's as easy as to send it as like sending an email. Sometimes, probably in your experience, that happened before, but it also depends on how the structure works within nation states. But this is true. It can happen in our case, and we'll try to incorporate as much as we can. We are a small delegation, but we do what we can during the open-ended. We'll be doing it, and the language that will help you to bring all your perspectives is something that we want to see there. Probably it has the fact that it's not always there. It has to do with the fact that we're a small delegation, but it's an opportunity, right? And also, just to briefly answer to the other one, who's the pen holder of these processes and this reform, I think that you need to take a look at what UNEP is gonna issue on the assessment that was mandated by the Secretary General, because there will be this will be the guideline, and all processes will be involved into this, even UNF, Triple C, and climate and climate finance. So if you have the opportunity to inform this process, that's not a member states process. That's also a key opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have that one last question. The more enthusiastic person, please come in.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, I'm Nada. I'm from Egypt. So I have 2 questions, but I'll be very brief. So in most of your interventions, you were talking a little bit more about how young people could hold the task, or what young people could do in order for them to be heard. But I want to challenge that narrative a little bit and ask you what you could do to have them have the option to say what they want. So one thing that you mentioned is the idea of having youth delegates in the Dutch delegations, and that's very respectful. But here I wanted to ask you, how do you allow young people to not just be parrots to the positions of member states, but rather represent themselves and their opinions as young people? And then maybe if there's time to answer those questions, we talked a little bit more about the deficiencies of consensus. So can we look at mini-lateralism as an option or an alternative for pressing agendas, be it in the environmental space or in other like geopolitical situations? Thank you.
Anybody on the
Yes, I think one of those questions was addressed to me. Thank you. Very good question. And I always like questions that change the narrative. So kudos to you for doing it. I think, and I mean, my youth delegates can tell me the contrary if you want, but I think what we try to do with having youth delegates in our national delegation is to make sure that we are constantly reminded that what we do actually has an impact on people, right? They are there in the meeting room, in our informal conversations, in the preparatory phase leading into this UNIA, to ensure that their interest and their view and their way of seeing things reminds us that we are not only in a governance space, but we are in a world, right? In a world that is encountering challenges that needs to be addressed in a holistic manner. And I think, as I said earlier, we incorporate the challenge or the voices of youth therein, but we also incorporate the voices of scientists, of academia, of other civil society organizations, of industry. And we need to, as a national delegation, speak to our national interest, right? And I think that is what we do, and this is an example of it, but it's not the only example. I'm not sure if it answers your question, but I hope at least it sets out that this is an across-the-board exercise, which is not only taking place in the meeting room via visible youth delegates, but also in the preparatory phase leading up to it, to make sure that what we say is actually well-informed, and the position we take in these meeting rooms speaks to the interests of not only Joost, the tall guy from the Netherlands, but to actually much more people that go behind it, right? And your second question, if I understood it correctly, was about plurilateralism instead of multilateralism? More or less? Okay. I think it's a very interesting question because, as you rightly pointed out, what we see happening currently in multilateral environmental processes is that oftentimes, well, sometimes we are, but oftentimes we're not able to find consensus and thereby take the decisions that are necessary to address global challenges. Then the question rises, what is the alternative? Is it plurilateral forms of governance whereby a group of willing and ambitious member states self-organize to join forces and set the rules that they demand or that they deem necessary? That's one option. But then, of course, you have the risk of this waterbed effect, right? That you have a certain, for example, type of economic activity that is not anymore allowed in its current form in the jurisdiction of those, I don't know, maybe 80 or 100 member states that self-organize and have this plurilateral form of governance. And then these industries move out to another place of the world where they still continue to cause challenges that those other member states try to address, right? So definitely it helps to solve part of the challenge, I think. But it's not a silver bullet. Also, plurilateral forms of governance have very intricate challenges that will then come to the fore again. So I think what I like about this question is that you think about what's possible. And as I said in my earlier intervention, I try to keep that frame in mind when I find myself in multilateral settings, that I always look for what's still possible, right? If A or B doesn't work, then I look for the C option, which may still be an option. But then again, also the C option might have its challenges and its complicated dimensions, which then need to be confronted. But already having that changing of narrative, having that clarity of thought to look for a different option is already step one.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're coming to the end of the session. Please bear with me for 5 more minutes because this session is not complete without the voices of youth. So we want to hear on reforms from 2 young people. First, we have Axel, who's been engaging with across Rio conventions. Axel, over to you for your thoughts.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the people of Kenya, to the CYMG, and to UNEP for hosting us today. I at least feel very welcome. So as Hema said, my name is Axel. I've been involved in several different multilateral environmental agreements since 2021. including UNFCCC and the CBD. And basically, I have three main points in terms of how to approach this. The first thing is scientifically, different crises are interconnected. So Natalia mentioned the concept of planetary boundaries, that we have transgressed 7 out of 9 planetary boundaries. As a researcher on this topic, I also know that these are strongly interconnected. So both transgressing one planetary boundary leads to a high risk of transgressing others, but also in the reverse, solving for one can help solve for the others. So really we need joint solutions to these multiple different crises, whether it's pollution, climate change, biodiversity loss, or other environmental or social crises. The second key point I want to make is that we are, for better or worse, stuck with the current system for a while. And to navigate when these negotiations are happening in silos, it is important to build partnerships across constituencies. So one concrete example of this is that the constituencies for the biodiversity, climate, and land conventions of the UN came together for a joint position, joint submission on the topic of synergies between the different conventions, as one of the only examples of either countries or other major groups doing so. So really coming together across constituencies to show that we have a common agenda, we are dealing with these issues together is important. And as young people, we can take the lead on that. And the third and final key point I want to make is that for the future, let's be wild in our imagination. Let's imagine a system which actually represents the interests of both human and non-human parties in an effective way. Today, it is very clear that the way of making decisions is unjust when there are high financial barriers, when the countries that are the most affected often don't even have an equitable voice in the rooms. This is a strong call to let's be bold. Let's reimagine how can a system that actually represents all different interests be made, whether it is to ensure that the most vulnerable are present and making sure that all voices are taken into account. So those are my three key points. Number one, interconnected crises require joint solutions. Number two, within this current system, we need to build partnerships across constituencies. And number three, let's reimagine a system that we actually want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Axel. Now we have Jana coming in, requesting you to keep it short, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the speakers for the interventions and the discussion on a very important topic that's taking place in a lot of other forums as well. I think from the perspective of the Chemicals, Waste and Pollution Working Group under CYMG, this is something that we are also trying to figure out in terms of synergies across the chemicals, waste and pollution space. And when reflecting on the title of reform, the thing that comes out is there's a gap in implementation of conventions and of targets. And this is where there is a call for reform to support countries at a national level, but also at a regional level to implement conventions and targets to protect the planet and also people's health and well-being. In the chemicals, waste and pollution space, there's actually been some interesting evolutions that have occurred and that can actually hopefully help with this reform in the multilateral space. And that being firstly evidence and secondly targets. When it comes to evidence, UNEA has actually supported in the creation of a new science policy panel for chemicals, waste and pollution. And this is incredible because now there is going to be scientists, policymakers coming together to speak about chemicals, waste, and pollution, which has not been in existence. It was in existence for climate change and biodiversity, but not for chemicals. So this is something that is new in the architecture, a new building block, let's say, that can help to bring different challenges together in this space. And secondly, targets, there's also a global framework on chemicals that has 28 targets. And within that, there is also opportunity to synergize across different agreements. Thirdly, which is something I think that countries are trying to move towards, is more cooperation regionally. And this is something that the Global Framework on Chemicals actually supports in its objectives. And even just reflecting in the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment that happened earlier in the summer, there was a resolution to support the African region to figure out priorities when it comes to strengthening sound management of chemicals and waste. So these are the three things that we are really hoping to promote further in the chemicals, waste, and pollution space: is increased evidence, targets, and regionalization, and all three inclusive of youth, because the chemical space, whether it's legacy pollution or existing pollution, is something that we will be inheriting. And so it's critical for us to be a part of the science policy panels as well as implementation of targets. And this is something that CYMG is constantly advocating for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jana. I know we're running late. I'm going to give a very daunting task to Aishwarya to wrap us up in the next 30 seconds. Over to you.
Thank you. Well, I believe this was a great start to the Youth Environment Assembly, and I believe that a lot of daunting questions were answered in this room today. Patricia, thank you so much for joining us today and encouraging the youth in this room to ask for more. I believe that the platforms like the Youth Environment Assembly is just a stepping stone for us to ensure that equity and intergenerational justice is embedded into all processes and parts of the system. Maria, thank you so much for being with us today and giving us an insight of how the Montreal Protocol works and how it's able to achieve its ambitious targets. But apart from that, I believe you also gave us hope in the fact that this system is actually working towards its targets and all our efforts is not going in vain. As student host, thank you so much for being with us today and being the biggest cheerleaders of the youth that we have seen so far. Not only in terms of the insights that you bring to this room, but also in terms of the concrete actions that the both of you have taken till date to involve children and youth and other stakeholders in all processes and the work that you've been doing so far. Last but definitely not the least, Axel and Jana, thank you so much for bringing your experience to this floor. I believe that your voices and perspectives are just the echo of the voice of all of the youth in this room. With that, I believe we can conclude the first session of the Youth Environment Assembly. Looking forward to seeing all of you in the subsequent sessions over the next 3 days.
Well, that was a fantastic session. Quick housekeeping on lunch now, lunch break now. We're going to reconvene at 1:45 for one session on the financing future at CR1 and environment migration nexus that is going to be happening at CR3 itself. There's going to be a long queue, so try to navigate the chaos a little bit, but also try and come back for the next sessions to engage there. Thank you all so much.
React the same time.
Delegates, a gentle reminder that lunch is open now at the cafe upstairs. We have about 700 people on ground and we expect a fair bit of a queue, so we urge you to go there as soon as possible to avoid any delays.
Recording stopped.
Niliinua mkono kuja. Kids ya.
Sinaisikia, but you guys need to raise that issue.
We've raised. Sasa unajua they are
Yeah, okay.
Na unazifanya lakini shida watu wameenda.
So inataka pale hakuna mtu ata
What was she saying?
No, yaar, please, please.
You're on the screen. Sure. Bana. My name is Joseph. I'll be your co-facilitator today. I'm too happy. Wacha nionekane huko. Yes, I can see you. I can see you. Kumbe this is, I look this good. Wachukua ile pia iko pale juu. Na pale juu. Aya, tupige nikati tuna consult. Moja.
So anacheka video na either sana sana photo. You can't do a video because people nani ule ametuweka kamera huko.
Umechoma.
Yes. Mm. Hey. Mm.
Mariana, can we put the music on? Yes, there's no sound. The music is on. Where are all the sound guys? А ты знаешь его Teams?
Sionekani? Nani amewasha? Nani amewasha? Nani amewasha? Inaonekana huko.
Hello.
Sidang. Afrika. Sasa mkichukua na simu ya huyu madam tutapata aje hizo? You know her? Hmm? Tapos. Okay. Tickets over there. Hi.
Again? Good afternoon. Okay, piga hiyo.
Nimetoka sijui kama I coffees. I was trying to cut.
Oh,
Yeah, you can take it now.
Alafu
nikusaidie.
As a person with disability, we are doing our representation as persons with disability at UNEA, and no one is not allowed.
screen.
You've taken a photo? A photo?
Thank you.
Yeah, as a person with disability, we are doing
No
our
matter
advocacy
what.
in women and girls in the environment, and we're here to
Mbona nimecheka?
represent and we should be given a safe space for women and girls with disability. Yeah.
Nipige tu
Thank you.
zangu. Niamke.
Jafar.
Nimechoka sana. Nitakusaidia ukikuja.
Yes, my name is Hezbollah from Madare. And I think, as everyone can say, everything. So,
Umekuja?
think it is good. Yes, it is good to make it okay and everything is done. Fine. Clinton, chukua photo, and everyone here, outside, every place is okay. Yes. Yeah. So that's all. That's all. Yeah. Clinton. Good. Mm-hmm.
Aya, ona nataka hiyo ionekane. So, unachukua photo ama video? Very, very, very sure. Unachukua photo? Unachukua photo? Ione inaonekana. Very sure. Nimeingia kwa frame.
Multilateral discussions.
No, just a photo.
Did you? Oh, check it.
Yeah.
Are you through?
Yeah.
So you can take me. Oh, thank you very much, guys. Now we are here at this forum. We want to address the issue with youth with the environment, whereby they are going to articulate maybe the global problems that they are facing, so that they be included. But more so, we want to stress on how youth with disabilities can as well be included, so that they play part, so that they may feel as being part and parcel of world environmental problem. And that is what we strive for. Thank you very much, guys, for having come here to Kenya, and we welcome you so much. But one thing we want to stress is that we have not seen the interpreters interpreting the language that we so want. Thank you.
Yvonne. Hi everyone. As a youth and environmentalist, as a person with disability, I've come here to address representation for women and girls from Kajiado County, and we are here to advocate for everyone's right, and we say leave no one behind. Thank you, and we should be given opportunity for disabilities, especially in rural areas, because we are the people who are most weather patterns.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and
Good evening.
my name is Clinton, and we're here today to discuss matters environment and children involvement into this an important topic.
Clear.
So ni mama sikuongea.
Fasha.
Yeah, here Nairobi.
Good morning.
Yunea inaonekana.
Tisha.
Today as we come here today,
Napiga.
Imefika hiyo ya juu, imetoka hiyo environment and youth decision at the table. And so we say that it is our time to be on the table, to be on the decision making table, and not to be as backbenchers. Thank you. Chukua. Umechukua kadha kadha. Umemaliza? Nani? Ni clear? Hebu hiyo kamera nasikia iko legit. Tafadhali. We are the people on the screen. Okay. Thank you. You said here today to talk issues to do with the environment and youth. We really appreciate each and everyone who's come today.
There's someone
Mbona sioni kama inatoa ile Google. We are using this tafadhali. Chini. Sasa. So. Songa. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I want to welcome each and everyone here today as we talk matters environment, and want to appreciate each and every youth who has gathered here so that their voices can be heard, so that their minds can be also heard. Thank you.
Oh, sinamaliza natoka tu. Mimi ni picha tu.
Ni jina ni
Ladies and gentlemen. Idris, chukua video. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Idris, chukua mpaka kwa screen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diana. I've been able to work in virus decision. I'm also well articulated, and I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Clinton.
Before I
Shamaliza. Aha. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are here doing the survey and everything. Every situation that we've been going through. And point. We'll see. Yeah. Point. So, thank you.
Pictures. Ama video hadi hapa. That one is better. Iko fiti? The lighting.
Hi, my name is Cherry.
You're not hiding me.
Oh,
Guys, attention. So we have another segment session in conference room 3, the mobility session with IOM. Please, you are invited to proceed there. Thank you.
It's okay. No, no. So, today we are talking about
hello. Yeah.
Thank
As
you
a
all for
person
joining
with
us today.
disability, we are
It
here
was
to
an
advocate for
honor to have you
women's
all in
rights
this room.
and
Let's meet as
on
conference
environmental
room
and
3.
inclusion.
We will have
As
a
Kajiado
session.
County, we are
Thank
very
you.
grateful and addressing persons with disability. And we are happy as persons with disability represented here in Kajiado and at the UNEA as a youth in the Multilateral and persons with disability.
The next session will be at conference room
Check.
3.
Mpige huyu.
Meeting. Mbona sikukuwa nimevaa? Sasa unaona mimi bwana bwana ziko. Iko. Inakaa mzima. Ameona watu ni notorious. Kenya.
No. A video. Okay. Then use my phone.
Okay.
Hello. Uh, Morning, gentlemen. It is a pleasure being here. Please. Oh man.
Yes. Na venye mimi ni mfupi.
Yes, it is.
Hello everyone. Hebu tupe tunaongea. Engagement is going on well. We love it. The panel is doing amazing.
So, okay, so yes, okay. One, if you're done, everything that you're doing, because this has been one.
عشان الريخ تقو.
We need to do it correctly. Yes.
عمول لا تقول.
Yes.
Focused.
Okay.
Lazima tuwe focused to make use of answers. Come here with us.
You mind I take your number?
Hey.
But someone else is to do so, right? Let me, Natalia?
The next session will be at conference room 3.
Yes.
Yeah, video.
Tunafaa kufanya hiyo, unafaa tu kukicheka. Sababu ukicheka watatajua tuna.
Inaonekana? So,
Tunafika tutaenda.
okay, the mic is working.
Kama nini ndio.
Protect this one.
As we talked before about the climate, we have some 8 communities that we are dealing with. Okay, you're laughing. So yeah, thank you.
Unatingika.
Yeah, but now it's muted and like for Zoom, they will hear only us. Okay. Story now kwanza nakwanga very boring human being. Unasema hivyo ndio unafanya nianze kucheka na niko in character. Lazima tuongelee kuhusu ita depend. Endelea tu. Endelea tu. Pia anafanya tu na break character.
Tutaweka wimbo.
Sasa unarudi na kuru mbili kama nimeipata. Na kesho. Too sad. Kwa ina road.
No. Sasa nilikuwa nataka huyo. Yeah, kindly. Yeah, video. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Supposed to do. The nation is supposed to take care of the environment. It is very keen. We should come and take doing so. So we have.
Nishabisi na video. Napostatisha hivi. Ona. Liz. Mtu mwenye amevaa hizi. Wewe anipige na yake nipige na yake. So, fanya hivi. Shoot. Today we are gathered here in Nairobi event youth. That is a video. So chukua hiyo ni video ama picha? Aya, do photo. You know ionekane na hii. Very. You're doing a photo. This. Oh.
Afternoon.
Uko sawa? Unaonekana kidogo? No, nasema mmoja ananipiga. Wewe unaonekana. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, we will be starting with this episode. So
Let's have some shows afternoon. There's no video.
Sandy.
Hata sijui kupretend. Okay, inaonekana full. So, just someone is waiting for his brush. So, a video. Excuse me, please. Thank you. So, as we were saying about the community, the
females.
Good morning. Today we are at
Okay, I will let the person take the slide. This is the laptop that we're going to use. Then you can do the slide. Yes. And then
Sorry.
You will, when I presentation, so that when I speak.
Who's managing this? The one managing this?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing
Adriana.
good. Hello, Miss Adriana. I'm Veronica.
Veronica, thanks. Okay, because I will do it from here, I just need to see the screen so that I know where we are. Yeah.
Let me. Yes, exactly. So that's the other part. Natalia, just this one? Yes, and then the speakers will share on Zoom. They also send. So the speakers will share what I have some.
We'll share on Zoom. What do you mean by share?
Like use the function.
Sorry, like they're going to share the screen themselves. But so the speaker is not here, so they are doing online.
That's why that's her problem. I'm like, how do you get that?
To present. I think it's possible. Let me log in, then I will. Yeah. Once you log in, you make it sure. So long as they have the window access. So like, it's a webinar, it's not everyone has access to.
Do you have access to
You log to the Zoom right now, then like you can see where they have access.
But you don't want to be projecting this.
Sorry,
Hello, may I ask everyone to please be seated as we'll be starting in 1 minute? Thank you so much. To our speakers online, may I just confirm if you can unmute and speak just to test the mic?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon, we can hear you indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining. We'll start in just a moment.
Great, thank you. I also requested the right to share the screen if possible, if the admin can potentially provide it. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
We have received your presentation and we will try for you to share the screen indeed if that works best, and if there's any issues we will be able to share it from our side. But we have received that, so thank you so much for sharing with us.
Can you try to share the screen? Ask him.
Julian, may I just ask you to try to share the screen just to test if it works quickly?
Sure. I'll do that now.
If possible.
Can you see it fine on your side?
Yes, we can see it. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
I just assigned it to him.
Okay, everyone, if I can ask you to get seated, let's please get started on the session. Thank you so much for joining us today again, and it's my pleasure to be moderating this session. My name is Natalia Mrówczyńska, and I'm the Global Coordinator of the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. So those of you who joined the opening session earlier today would have already met me. I have been very excited for this session in particular to reflect on some of the key issues and barriers in the current economic and financial systems and how they impact our ability to deliver on our climate and environmental goals, as well as on environmental and social justice. I think it's fair to say that today's financial economic systems are one of the main, if not the main, obstacles to achieving meaningful environmental and climate progress. Our current economic model rewards extraction and short term profit, but fails to value equity or planetary health. Frameworks like GDP fail to account for externalities, meaning that socially or environmentally harmful activities are actually seen as value add in a society. And the money really isn't flowing where it should be. We're facing massive shortfalls in the funding needed for real solutions. The SDG financing gap is now estimated at 2.5 to 4 trillion per year. By 2035, developing countries will need approximately 3.2 trillion for climate action alone. This includes approximately 1.3 trillion from international climate finance, and this compares to approximately 200 billion that is being provided today. So there is really a massive gap, and we need to ramp up. Meanwhile, just last year, the 65 largest global banks increased their fossil fuel financing by 160 billion, reaching 870 billion total, reversing 2 years of decline. And public subsidies for fossil fuels stand at 1 to 1.5 trillion annually. And the broader financial architecture as well is not set up to facilitate investments where they are most needed, including in environmental action in the global south. Debt burdens, high cost of capital, outdated frameworks, for example, for credit ratings, lack of fiscal space, are all severely limiting the ability of countries to invest in climate and environmental priorities. So clearly, the problems are systemic and urgent, which is why I'm so excited to dive into some of the solutions during this session today. And with that, let me briefly introduce the agenda for today's sessions as well as our wonderful panelists. I'm very pleased to welcome Adriana Zacharias, the Global Coordinator for Finance and Economic Transformations at UNEP. Thank you for joining us, Adriana. We also have Julian Vercruz, Program Officer from the Beyond Lab, as well as Christine Fiesen, Carlos Schmidt Fellow at the Beyond Lab, joining us online. Hello to you both. Can you hear us well?
Yes, very well. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Nice to be here.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. And we also have Given Huang, our current head of outreach at CYMG and a former global coordinator who will join the panel segment. So the way we will go about this session is we will start with keynote remarks from Adriana. We will then proceed to a presentation by Julian and Christine from the Beyond Lab, and then we will move into a quick panel discussion. I would like to reserve quite a bit of time at the end of this session for the Q&A to give the audience an opportunity to intervene and ask their questions. So we will be working hard to be concise here and make sure that we have time for that as well. And with that, let me hand over to Adriana for her keynote remarks and presentation. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Natalia. I'm very happy to be here today in the Youth Environment Assembly 2025. And I have heard that we have a lot of youth delegates this year, so I'm really happy to see all of you here. I want to tell you a secret. A few years ago, not to say decades ago, I was also sitting on the other side. So I started also as a youth advocate for environment and sustainable development. So just to say, I recognize how important it is really to hear the voice, the power, and the innovation of young people. So with this, just to say, I'm very delighted to be here. Natalia, Gubin, we have had a very long journey of cooperation in the last years with Stockholm Plus 50, the Summit of the Future, where we have started to discuss the importance of the finance and the importance of restructuring our financial global system. So with this, let me then start. I've been asked to think and to share with you all these ideas and this thinking and ongoing work on why are we globally thinking on or working on the need to redesign the global financial architecture. Natalia has already highlighted some numbers. But before we start, next slide, please, I would like to ask some questions to you, just to think together why this is so important. So first question, and feel free to raise and open your mic. Do you know how much money we have? What is the global in debt in terms of US dollar? Any idea? And people online, you can also put some questions in the chat. You can guess it's 100 million, trillions. Oh my God, but you put on the answers. Oh, yeah. Sorry, now I spoiled. Okay, whoever read, you can answer some of the questions. Okay, global in debt. I see you are very shy, so we need to warm up here. What does it mean? We have globally 251 trillion of US dollar. That is the amount of the debt that most of the countries in the world have. What does it mean? What does it mean when we say in debt? That means that many countries are basically using their public budget to pay interest rate of the debt they have. That means, that's what we say, they have limited fiscal space. That means that countries need to reduce their investment in education, in health, social protection, infrastructure. So that's the main problem when we look at the global in debt. Second, what is the contrary? Do you know how much is the sovereign wealth globally? And since nobody answers, I will then just click there. So it goes around 13 to 14 trillion, 5% of the debt. Now, for you, what does it mean? It means that here is very important. There are only around 7 countries in the world that basically don't have any foreign debt, that they are basically a creditor. Right? They have all these millions. But the problem is, as Natalia was saying, sometimes that money doesn't go where it is needed. These countries doesn't mean that they are going to invest in development. Sometimes they invest in things where they have fast investment of return. A third question, and here I really want to hear voices. Do you know how many people globally live in poverty or extreme poverty? And please consider global population is now 8.2 billion. So how many out of them live in poverty or extreme poverty? And I really expect some answers from the floor.
2 billion or 2 million?
Okay, good guess. Keep it 2 billion. Okay. Extreme poverty. Any idea? I see you googling. You can also go. Use ChatGPT. Okay, click. So yes, you are almost right. 2.8 billion live in poverty. And 800 million people are in extreme poverty. What does it mean? People that live with only $3 per day. And then the last question, as Natalia was saying, we need to have also, we are aiming of achieving the SDGs. We have 5 years left. And for that, we still have a huge financial gap. We need approximately, you can click, 5 to 6 trillion to meet the SDGs, including climate, by 2030. So all this, what I wanted just to, next slide, what I really wanted to tell you with these graphs is for you to see what is the financial problems that we have, what is the huge, besides economic finance, how we are also facing social inequalities and the financial gap to meet the SDGs. So why is this important, the discussion today? Is because we want to see and address the global challenges, because we are very concerned on how we will address climate change, biodiversity loss, and social inequalities. And I'm going to present now some of the work that UNEP is doing in this regard. We were participating in the conference, in the fourth conference of Finance for Development, and we have brought there 5 asks. 5 asks that we believe are very important in helping redesigning our global financial system and addressing these challenges. Next slide, please. So these are the 5 asks. You can go to the first ask. We need to rethink the private sector role. What does it mean? private sector, private finance is essential to drive sustainability, and we need to reorient them and look at the potential in investment in sustainable development. And here what we need to, and what we're trying to advise the private finance is how can they enhance more strategic blended finance in high impact sectors that often, they are not being seen or they are still suffering from the market failure. For example, a lot of investment doesn't go really to the global goods, to climate change, to biodiversity, to the social infrastructure. So how can we then redirect that with a public and private finance? For that, of course, we need to reform the fiscal system, right? We need to integrate the environmental and social cost in the investment. We need to have harmonized language, because what does it mean sustainability for a bank? They need to understand what is that, right? So in that is where we are talking about how can we support harmonized taxonomies that, if you want, is like the dictionary that the banks or the investment use to really understand what is sustainable infrastructure, what are the risks for climate. So when the banks have a common language, then they can, and they understand that, they can redirect their investment, right? And then we also want to have a better disclosure, transparency, and share of data. The banks need to also disclose where are they investing, and we need to share data also on what are the risks. So this is something that we are doing here in UNEP. I don't know if you are familiar. We have the UN Finance Initiative that is working with the banks. We are working with more than 530 banks and investment institutions, and they account by $125 trillion. So if these banks redirect their investment, we can have a big change. So in that, we are working with them in capacity building, understanding on what is the responsible banking principles, on how to invest, and we have the Net Zero Banking Alliance. So the banks are starting to see how can I invest in projects and infrastructure and investment that will be net zero. How can I include the risk or the benefits on climate nature in my investment? So that's the first thing we are doing. Second slide. Now, governments are very important as well. They have their own public budget, right? So we also need to help governments to say, how can you use more effectively your limited public budget? And in that, we have different tools. First of all is to say, okay, how can you, government, can embed resilience? And when I say resilience, it's financial resilience, but also climate and environmental resilience in your investment. How, as Natalia was saying, how can we help them to reduce all these subsidies that you were saying that are going to fossil fuels or pesticides? Hey, can we redirect the public subsidies that you are giving to harmful products and redirect them to sustainable investment? So in this, UNEP is working with governments in sustainable budgeting approach. So we advise and we are developing tools for governments that they can find where is the best way to put the public funding budget to invest in sustainable infrastructure, renewable energy, in environmental biodiversity protection, and also how to minimize the harmful fiscal subsidies. Sustainable public procurement is also another key tool that we are working. And when I see sustainable public procurement, when I say that, it's very important because you need to consider, and I wanted to share this, the government is the biggest consumer. They account globally by 13 to 20% of the global GDP. So that means they are managing globally, the public procurement is around $9.5 trillion. So imagine if we can help governments and say, governments, you need to purchase, you need to invest on sustainable products, on sustainable infrastructure, because the government is the main provider for health, education, infrastructure. So can they redirect and use that public procurement into sustainable things? And then they can help to shift the market as well and generate innovation. So that's another important area that we are working. Third one, then next slide, and thank you. So, risks. How can we inform the financial institutions also in integrating environmental risk in the investment? And let me translate that a little to you. So imagine you as a bank want to invest in a project, beautiful infrastructure, housing. Hey, but then you are not aware that that is an area that is very vulnerable to climate or natural disaster. Is in a bank of a river, maybe 3 years is going to be a flooding, and that investment that you did in 2 years gone. Why? Because you didn't look at the climate risk. Or if you are investing in a project, but you are not aware that actually that project is going to create massive deforestation or is going to put in danger wildlife. So that's why we are helping the banks with the UNEP Risk Center in informing them on what are those environmental risks that they need to consider in the investment, in the lending, in the projects that they are doing. And that can create more innovation, and again, is redirecting the investment to areas where there are no risks for climate, and that can be better for sustainability. Next slide, please. And then we all know, basically, if we look closely at our economy and all this situation, we always say, and for you that know the UNEP medium-term strategy, our narrative, we say that the root cause of all these environmental and triple planetary crisis is really based on the unsustainable patterns of consumption and production, and based on a linear economy of extraction, production, and waste. So we really need to reshape that and really move towards sustainable consumption and production. Yes, you might be very active in changing education and awareness raising in our own consumption patterns, but for us to change, we also have to have the right market signals, right? If a sustainable product is 3 times more expensive, maybe we can afford it, or we don't have access to that. So how can we work with the market signals to make the sustainable products affordable? Second, how can we help governments to invest also on public infrastructure? Think about public transport. Instead of promoting private cars, can we promote public transport? Can we give sustainable housing with high-tech or renewable energy, smart buildings? So that we can help consumers and citizens to move more towards sustainable consumption and production. And then support the private sector to create more innovation and sustainable competitiveness. So, and the last one, of course, cannot be missing. We need to look now, of course, at the digital transformation, all this technology, artificial intelligence, all this is transforming. But then here, what we are proposing is we need to invest in capacities. How can we going to reduce the digital divide? How are we going to also strengthen and direct finance also for developing countries to have access to these technologies, and then empower the local enterprises? So with that, I will stop, and I just want to invite you all to participate creativity from your own space in helping and rethinking how can we reshape this financial system globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this, Adriana. This was fascinating and great to learn more about UNEP's work in this space. And we will definitely have some more questions for you during the panel and from the audience later in the Q&A. But in the meantime, I would like to hand over to Julian and Christine for your presentation. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julian Verkhuis, and I'm part of the Beyond Lab. I'll let Christine introduce herself.
Hello everyone, also warm welcome from my side. My name is Christine Falson and I'm also from the Beyond Lab, and I'm very excited to get this started today.
I'll just share my screen. Hopefully you can see it again. So yes, thank you very much first for inviting us to speak at the Youth Environment Assembly, and apologies we cannot be with you in Nairobi. I'm myself in New York, Kristen is in Geneva, so we're struggling with a cold. But I'm glad that we have this opportunity at least to share this initiative with the youth moving beyond GDP. So we are working on this initiative with our partners, Rethinking Economics International and the UN Trade and Development Agency, and is supported by the German government. So before we dive into what is the initiative, which Kristen will do, I'll just provide an overview of the Beyond Lab, the origins, or what does GDP actually mean and what's wrong with it, and then the birth of the Beyond GDP process within the United Nations. So this slide is quite crowded, so I don't expect everyone to read, but essentially the Beyond Lab is part of the Director General's office in UN Geneva. And essentially we are a multi-stakeholder space where we invite different stakeholders from private sector, from academia, from civil society to really think what does long-term sustainability mean and what would it embody. So it's thinking really beyond 2030. What is kind of society that we want? So it includes the Beyond GDP work, but also how to use emotions. So we have the HOPE method where we use hope as an emotion, as a catalyst for change. And we have future balance where we use AI, for example, to look at the pros and cons of different policies across different dimensions from environment, economy, social. So we look in some ways at what is beyond 2030. Now on to GDP. So it was mentioned in Adriana's speech, again, GDP is in our language pretty much every day. We hear it in the news, we hear it even sometimes in private conversations. So it stands for gross domestic product, which essentially is the market value, which is the price of all final goods and services produced and rendered in a specific time period in a country. So there is different formulas to calculate it, but normally the basic one is consumption plus government spending plus exports minus imports plus private investment. So essentially it was developed in the 17th century to calculate taxes and was further refined during the Great Depression to understand really how bad it was. So in the 1930s by Simon Kutzman. But quickly, essentially, he raised the concern that this is a very good measure to understand how the economy is producing, but it's a very poor indicator of the welfare of a nation. However, because it was so versatile and easy to use, in some ways it was widely adopted, especially after the Second World War with the Bretton Woods Agreement. And it essentially became the main tool for policy making. And the UN supported this through the system of national accounts. So through the UN system, statisticians agreed on how to measure GDP in a harmonized way. However, quickly, especially in the 70s, it was identified that the limitation of GDP. So it doesn't include health. You don't know, for example, how well you're doing even mental health. In terms of social equity, environmental costs, they're not considered. There was a famous publication from the Club of Rome, The Limits of Growth, where in a society with limited resources, we cannot expect to constantly be growing. Then the concept of sustainable development came to the forefront with the Brundtland Report in 1987. And further criticism essentially arose with GDP. However, its position was not really rocked and kept essentially central stage. Then the Sustainable Development Goals came to the front with the 2030 Agenda in 2015 and introduced this kind of the universal measurement framework for sustainable development, which includes the famous 17 goals. And within actually goal 17, there's an actual specific target to develop new indicators alongside GDP. So there's already kind of an attempt to encourage the broader audience to really think of, well, how can we measure development that is not based on GDP? Since 2015, we have seen several global crises. We had several climate disasters, inequality kept rising, the pandemic with COVID-19. And it shows that essentially our lived experience is just so far removed from GDP because GDP has kept growing. Whilst our, for example, as you mentioned, extreme poverty is increasing. Grounded, essentially, but what was very useful in the 2030 agenda is that it grounded the principle of intergenerational equity, which is something that, for example, in the Beyond Lab is what it's in our DNA, is what drives us. Fast forward to 2021, the UN Secretary General published our Common Agenda report and called to correct a glaring blind spot in GDP. So it really kind of framed the discussion of beyond GDP as not just a technical indicator discussion, but really as a transformative global governance agenda. So it's really to rethink of how we invest, on how we make decisions. And this called for a Summit of the Future. The Summit of the Future was essentially bringing all member states to discuss and agree what they wanted to commit for future generations. So it concretized into the Pact for the Future, which had several actions, but one of them was essentially creating a mandate to the Secretary General on beyond GDP. So it had two tasks. The first one was to establish a high-level expert group to recommend universal indicators beyond GDP. This was the first time that the General Assembly mandated the UN to essentially create a framework that went beyond GDP. Second task was to launch a UN-led intergovernmental process after the experts group work in consultation with stakeholders. So essentially start to operationalize or implement the recommendations of the high-level expert group. This is the high-level expert group. There is 14 experts from around the world that have been working on alternative beyond GDP metrics. And it essentially aims to identify a maximum of 20 indicators. So they're still discussing if it's going to be one index where they kind of congregate or aggregate all the data, or a dashboard where essentially give visibility to different indicators. And the aim essentially is to capture what we value. So capture sustainable development dimensions that are beyond GDP. So it's important to highlight that they're not planning to discard GDP, but they plan to complement it. And the aim is essentially to help decision makers make better decisions. So to give them better visibility on how are the health outcomes, the education outcomes, or the environmental stock or capacity that a country has. But it also aims to shift societal views of progress. So at the moment, as a result of this, the GDP center stage, and the narrative was around GDP. So how can you create a new narrative that is not based just on gross domestic product and the growth of it? And then is also to strengthen statistical capacity, because whatever new target that you adopt, countries would have to have capacity to be able to gather that data and measure it. So there's a lot of work on kind of building on the SDGs indicators, building on other initiatives to make sure that there's not an additional burden, especially for low-income countries, to be able to carry out that statistical assessment. Now I'll pass, and then what has been a key achievement with the lab, which Christine is going to mention, is that we were with the high-level expert group in Doha, the World Summit for Social Development, where they presented their interim recommendations. So they have 3 pillars that are cross-cutting. So you have well-being, equity and inclusion, and sustainability. But then you also have these more concrete concrete in the process still, of 7 domains, which are areas essentially that they believe are important and should be measured. So these are material well-being. So it includes income. It includes also opportunity, job quality, economic security, so access to housing, internet, safety nets. It includes health, so maternal or childhood health, life expectancy, chronic disease rates, education, so access to preschool, high school, higher education, but also having actual skills and knowledge to be able to participate in the labor market and in social life. Environmental quality, so clean air, water, absence of pollutant, lots of biodiversity. Subjective well-being, this is quite a broad domain, so it includes physical health, mental health, hope, agency, perception of safety, trust, and governance. Life satisfaction. Then there's social capital, which is essentially our community, so their sense of belonging, ability to participate, friends or family to rely on. Governance, finally, which is around the safety and security, ability to participate in societal decisions and activities, and absence of discrimination. As you can see, these are quite broad, and they're not in the indicator shape. They're more like areas at the moment. And the expert group is still in this consultation phase and is welcome to receive other contributions. But now their work would be essentially to further define these domains and turn them into indicators. So this is where I will stop from the kind of context of the Beyond GDP within the UN, and I'll pass it to Kristin to present more about the Youth Moving Beyond GDP initiative. Kristin, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Julian, for also laying out all the groundwork on Beyond GDP. I always find it super helpful to also remind myself of why we have GDP and all of these things. But I would like to now come in to say where the place for the youth is in this. I hope you can also tell that the team is quite young at the Beyond Lab. So hopefully we are actually executing what we're preaching. And with that, let's get into the idea of what is the Youth Moving Beyond GDP initiative. So next slide, please, Julian. So what is the basic objective of this initiative? It is basically to create a network of young experts and young economic thinkers to foster a very inclusive space for transformative engagement. So to have a place where we can actually promote the ideas and interests of the youth and of future generations who don't have a seat at the table just yet because they aren't born, but they still need to be considered. And our focus for this is basically how to progress on the Sustainable Development Agenda, specifically by complementing the GDP for the reasons that Julian gave earlier. So let's continue to the next. So what is the idea? Like, how are we doing this? The objective of all of this is to basically break the intergenerational glass ceiling. So to actually engage young people in this process and integrate intergenerational and also international perspectives to make sure there's a lot of regions and hopefully all regions in the world that are reflected in this process. And we have developed youth-led recommendations through a very grassroots inclusive process. But I'll get to this in a bit, so we can move to the next slide for now. So how this all got started was with an essay competition that was earlier this year. And we basically asked what counts and what is relevant for you in the future. So what do we need to value to reflect what we actually want to value? And we received over 600 essays from over 50 countries. And the winners of this essay competition were flown into Geneva and had very high-level meetings, including the Director General of UN Geneva, other member states and academia, to present the ideas and to actually be heard out and listened to. And with that, let's go to the next one. And based on this, we launched this Youth Moving Beyond GDP network at FFD4 in Sevilla earlier this year. And ever since then, we've started to have intergenerational discussions and consultations. And in September, we launched the first official consultation process to get intergenerational input into policymaking. And we can move on to the next slide because I can get a bit on the process of this. So ever since that very first meeting in September, over 1,000 members joined, and it's still open to join for anyone who's interested, from over 90 countries. So a very diverse group of people, but still not diverse enough. So we always welcome people from different backgrounds to join as well. And over these past 3 months, we've developed in a very co-creative process these policy recommendations. So we had a very initial setup survey where we asked about best practices, values, ideas for policy recommendations. And based on this, we kind of found the common themes of what the youth actually care about and what we need to advocate for. And this was then followed up with a validation survey where you could add and also remove things that are not as important to the youth. And then we had some consultative calls where the youth network actually just got into the nitty-gritty details and discussed amongst each other to really define what is what actually matters to us and what do we want to, as a network, stand for. And throughout this process, we always made sure to have youth representatives at the very key moments in the Beyond GDP agenda at the UN, such as the Human Rights Economy Roundtable convened by OHCHR in October, or at a joint side event with UNCTAD at UNCTAD 16. So it's very great that we always were able to have youth representatives there with ambassadors, with global experts, with UN personnel, and to really discuss what the youth want to bring into this conversation. So next slide, please. And this is kind of the big culmination of what we were building up to. Because as Julian alluded to earlier, this was all in preparation for the Second World Social Summit in Doha, which was happening earlier this November. And as the Beyond Lab, we co-hosted a session with the high-level expert group, and it was the first public presentation of the expert group's interim recommendations. But it wasn't only that, because at the very same time, and very much on an eye level, we presented, or our youth network representative, Palak Khanna, presented our network recommendations. And as you can maybe and hopefully see in the picture, the Deputy Secretary General of the UN, Amina Mohammed, was there and stayed throughout the whole entire session and was personally hand-delivered these youth recommendations. And for us, it's just amazing to see what the reception is on this high UN level, because also the expert group really treated the youth network as an expert and as an idea giver, and not just as a token to be considered. But I also want to very briefly get into the content of these recommendations, because we did try to model the interim report of the high-level expert group a bit, but we're bringing in our own perspectives of what matters to us and what matters to the youth. So we developed, and I won't go into too much detail because you can also, if you're interested, download these on our website, but we have 3 guiding principles that are very cross-cutting and that should apply to all the different indicators. The first one being human rights based. So these indicators must uphold dignity for everyone. The second one is intergenerational justice. So every indicator should make sure that progress on this indicator promises a better future for future generations and does not harm their ability to live. The third one is a country-owned but yet globally relevant indicator. So this means that these indicators need to be relevant for the entire world, but they also need to reflect the lived realities of each and every context of each country, because just imposing one set of one-size-fits-all solutions will not be equally receptive or received in different countries. And similar to the high-level expert group, we have different domains, and I'll just very quickly read them out, which is participatory and fair governance, equity, inclusion, and knowledge justice, resilient well-being, planetary boundaries, and environmental justice, and lastly, spillover accountabilities. And this is really meant to reflect what the majority of the youth demands. So as you heard from Julian, this process is still ongoing and the high-level expert group is receiving inputs. So for all of you who are interested, and obviously this is also with an environmental focus, do feel free to put in your ideas to make sure that the youth actually shape the next future sustainable agenda and that it's not just imposed by the experts today. And with that, I'm very happy to conclude our presentation on this and welcome the next part of this event today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julian and Christine, for your fascinating presentation. It's really, really exciting to understand more about what the Beyond Lab is doing, and also very encouraging to see the extent to which you're engaging youth in your work and processes. Let's now, as we're a little bit short of time, move into a very quick panel, and then hopefully we can still have some time for questions from the audience at the end. So moving into the panel discussion, Given, I would like to turn to you first, because we have heard about some exciting initiatives, and there is clearly a momentum within the UN system towards transforming finance and economics, which I think is encouraging for all of us to see. But I'd love to hear from your perspective, what are the key shifts that young people are pushing for when it comes to redesigning the economic and financial systems? What are the big priorities or values that youth still feel need to be centered in these transformations? Over to you.
Thanks for that, Natalia, and of course, thank you to the presenters. I think at a very high level, priorities of young people when it comes to intergenerational equity and financing the future are along three axes. The first is recognizing the value or the worth of assets. The second is funding what needs funding. And the third is to make the right choice, the profitable choice. Now, at a high level, this sounds, I guess, fairly vague, but to go into in a bit more detail, when it comes to the value of assets, I think that sort of speaks to the point that Julian raised about different kinds of capitals that we have in the world: physical capital, human capital, natural capital, and social capital. And as it stands, the way we measure economic activity is really a flow-based measurement. We are looking at how quickly we burn out the current capital base that we have and what that means in terms of extracting the value and turning it into the flow of money for the exits that extract the value from these systems. So what has to happen here is that we have to find a way to prevent current stakeholders and generations from claiming economic success whilst leaving future generations with a huge deficit and basically insolvent. The second thing, funding what needs funding, I think this is one of the biggest rallying cries that you hear at COPs. The polluter pays, or loss and damage funding, or funding for adaptation. And I think here it's fundamentally a mismatch between liabilities and assets that we have, right? So there is a huge amount of global savings in the world that exist when it comes to our public institutions, our pension funds, our banks, our central banks. But global needs and investment are not being met as they are. And so we have to really think about a way to shift around these risks and to rethink them and make sure that the funding that exists out there, the assets that exist, are flowing where it's most needed. And to do that, we have to really structurally transform the incentives, the measurements that we use to get that. And very connected to this is the third ask, which is that of returns the incentives, and that is making the right choice, the profitable choice. As it stands, a country in the Middle East pumping oil spends about $2 per barrel of oil, and that barrel of oil can be sold for about $60. And so when you're making a profit of about, I don't know, like 30 times, it's very hard to wean yourself off of that. And in some senses, it's an entirely rational decision to take that course of action. But when we think about the fact that many countries in the world who are not oil producers are subsidizing the system to the great destruction of our economic systems and public health, then it becomes quite hard to think about. The World Bank, the IMF, a few years ago, in a landmark study, noted that the global system is subsidizing fossil fuels to the tune of about $1.5 trillion per year in direct subsidies. So this is money that the Kenyan government spends to make petrol, gasoline cheaper for people at the pump. And in addition to that, there is a further $5.5 trillion of indirect subsidies. So these indirect subsidies are a reflection of the erosion of the asset base, the capital base that I talked about previously. And this is the loss of the value when it comes to having dirtier air or pollution, undrinkable water systems, for example. So I'll stop there for now and hand the floor back to you.
Thanks so much for just giving and for sharing that your perspective on this topic. Julian and Christian, I would like to move to you next with a quick question because you shared this high-level vision for beyond GDP, which I think is really, really fascinating. But I'm curious, based on your extensive engagement with stakeholders so far, including youth, I'm wondering if you are seeing already any initiatives take off on the ground in this space, and if you could share with us any interesting case studies, perhaps even youth-led, where you're seeing this actually being implemented in practice on the ground. Over to you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so there is definitely a lot of examples that were shared with us when we did the consultations. From the Wales Futures Act, for example, which mandated essentially every policy to have this youth analysis to understand the impact they will have on future generations. However, one thing that we also started to see, there was often a lot of the examples came from the global north, so New Zealand, Wales, and other countries like Belgium, for example. But now more and more examples are actually coming from developing countries. So you have, for example, Zambia, you have Brazil that are, for example, Brazil is adopting or is considering adopting a gross national happiness index, similar to Bhutan. And these examples essentially are showing that there is a slow shift, that realization that essentially GDP is not right. Even in institutions that have driven essentially the GDP paradigm, like the IMF, there is the development of this resilience sustainability trust, where, for example, it helps specifically low income and vulnerable middle income countries to build resilience against external shocks, where they understand that if you just drive GDP, you're also driving potential vulnerability, where you have to consider essentially external shocks to like climate pandemics to essentially make sure that an economy is stable. So there is a shift definitely happening, and youth have been driving this in some ways. When we had discussions with the youth network, there was a broader kind of understanding that the current paradigm is not right, and that we should even be more ambitious, not just be beyond GDP, but essentially be beyond growth, which is quite distinct. And yeah, so I think there is definitely kind of a broader wave that is coming, and hopefully this would just magnify further and further to be able to make that case that GDP should be something complementary to something else rather than just the sole measure. I'll give it to Kristen. I'm not sure if she would like to add anything else.
I think with an eye on time, I'm happy to give it back to the floor.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. It's really fascinating because actually, for the context of those who are just joining us for this session, we're having a bit of a day today where we discuss many of the structural transformations. So we talked about the landscape of the multilateral environmental agreements earlier, and of course we're talking about financial and economic transformation right now. So I personally find it really fascinating to hear about how those transformations might be starting on the ground and how that then can take off within those high-level spaces such as the United Nations, which can help advance some of those initiatives. So really, thank you so much for sharing those examples. And I would now like to turn it back to you, Adriana, because you shared also some really exciting examples of UNEP's work in this space. I wonder how you see the role of UNEP evolving in this context, especially given some of the political headwinds that have been faced by the alliances, such as the Net Zero Banking Alliance, insurance, asset managers, etc. I wonder how you see the role of UNEP evolving, and especially given some of the ideas that we heard shared by our other panelists, how you see topics such as beyond GDP, intergenerational equity, but also filling those financing gaps in particular for the most vulnerable, such as adaptation, but also in those areas which are deemed higher risk today under the current financial frameworks, how you see that evolving the direction of the future direction of UNEP's work. Over to you.
Thanks, Natalia, for this question. So this is still a key priority for UNEP, so we will continue. And for those who have seen our draft medium-term strategy, you will see that in the finance and economic transformation, we have actually 4 priority areas. The first one is accelerating the shift and the transformation to sustainable consumption and production and circular economy. For that, we need to continue and strengthen the work with the private sector. The public, so public finance is the third one, and you will be very happy, and Julian and Christine also, our fourth key priority is to look also at the new metrics, and of course this is linked to the work that we are doing, and we are cooperating with you in metrics to go beyond GDP, and that can inform investment. So, going then to your other question, yes, of course we are aware, and I think we all see now the geopolitical situation, the governments who are now moving toward deregulation when what we want is to create more harmonized frameworks in the banking. What we believe is that there is still a firm commitment from most of, hopefully, our partners in the finance, so we don't see that this will be a huge change. But what we are doing differently, Natalia, is we are now looking more, UNEP Finance, Sustainable Finance Initiative is now looking deeper and deeper on what we call the high impact sectors. So really looking, and I like what you all say, no? Funding what needs funding. Funding what is needed, no? So if we look in high impact sectors such as infrastructure, food, mobility, textile, plastics, critical minerals, if we really invest sustainability there, we will have a big shift and more gain. So how can we redirect that and we focus more on that in the public and private? So you will see, and that's what we are seeing more. I'm happy to see that the last years, the work of UNEP5, for example, is moving more to pollution. They were very active in the INC negotiation, and
To our surprise, there was a lot of commitment from the financial sector in the, beat plastic pollution. And they are now also investing in nature positive. So I think, we see now that when the banks and the finance sector understands the benefit that this is not, charity, or that there are important gains to have, and also reducing risk is good. So, yeah, I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you so much for sharing that. And it's great to hear that there is definitely that continued commitment to move in that direction and potentially look at some of those questions also raised by our other panelists. With that, I think maybe we can take another few minutes because we're at time, but I would really like to give the audience an opportunity to ask their questions. So let's try to wrap up in the next few minutes. But if there are any questions in the audience, I would like to ask those. Okay. Samuel, I saw your hand first, so please go for it.
Just a brief questions. Thank you, Adriana. Finally meeting you in person here. I'm glad. Just want to ask you regarding revitalizing multilateralism for this agenda. We all know that countries sometimes they want a clear modality on how this kind of new emerging agendas are being implemented. For example, I reckon my government is always exploring how it could be beneficial, how it could tackle trade-off, etc., etc. But I just want to ask, do you think that this agenda on beyond GDP, according to you from UNEP, can bring a greater ownership of all agencies across the UN system, or do you think there will still be challenges that we need to work on in tackling silos? That's it. Thank you.
Maybe we can take one or two more questions and then we will hand it over back to panelists to answer. Over here, please, in the first row.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Hadija Jilo from Swahili Pot Hub Foundation, and I have two questions about the finance. Question one is that what are some of the ways that you use to ensure that the finances or investments gets to the right people or the right projects? And number two, what are the tools that you use to measure the impacts of the said projects? Thank you.
Okay, perhaps one more question. Gentleman there in the second row.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dennis Katingi from the Economic Students Association of Kenya. So, given that the third Youth Environment Assembly focuses on youth engagement for a sustainable future, what innovative financial mechanisms can support young people in implementing innovative climate and environmental projects, given that funding still remains one of the barriers when it comes to young people coming up with innovative solutions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me hand it back over to our panelists to answer those questions. Ariana, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you so much for these questions. Answering the first one, I think Juliana and Christine will agree with me. We are working as a UN system on these efforts on going beyond GDP. So this is something that is embraced by the UN Secretary General and Under Secretary General. So it's all, and I think in this dialogue, Julian, Christine, you agree, there's a wide dialogue with many different UN agencies, UNEP, UNDP, many more are engaged in this. I do believe this is very important, and as UNEP, that's what we are saying. If we continue just measuring how rich you are in terms of GDP, we are not looking at the full picture. So in previous work in UNEP, we were looking at natural capital. How rich is a country in terms of biodiversity, nature? So that is very important to count in and to consider in the richness. So I believe that all this work on joint GDP and the efforts on having that open, including the engagement of youth, is to avoid that this will be like a silo effort, and that hopefully we can have a global consensus and start looking at the richness of a country in a different way. So that first, I will give the floor to other questions, but just on the second question, social inclusion, how do we measure that? It's very important that when we are looking at projects, let me talk, for example, on sustainable public procurement or sustainable consumption production, is in the government, when we work with procurement, is to see how, if the government start putting sustainability criteria in the purchasing, are they going to consider small and medium enterprises? Can they invite, for example, local communities in the bidding process, like they can be also a supplier? We have beautiful examples in some countries that, for example, the government is purchasing organic food from the local communities or the traditional clothing. So they look at ways so that they can also have a social inclusion. Another important one is we need to avoid really, like when we talk about sustainable consumption, we are looking at a green elite. So what we are emphasizing more is how do we make sure that the sustainable solution products are affordable and accessible to also low-income communities and people, right? Think about public transport. When it's more expensive, then people cannot participate. So you need to make it affordable. Or and then also UNEP has been working with the UN human rights, and they have done guidelines also to include that. And yeah, so they are saying we are working, and I think Natalia and Govin are good witness on how UNEP is working with the youth. For us, it's very important to open the space for the dialogue. One important project we had was the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, and in that we have a committee with engagement. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adriana. Kristen and Julian, to you online, I wonder if you would like to touch on some of the questions, or if you have any further thoughts before we wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Natalia. I think Adriana gave a brilliant response to the siloed approach within the UN, at least on this Beyond GDP topic, and how we're trying to really break the silos of creating a community of practice. But I also want to briefly touch on Dennis's question about financial innovation to break down barriers. And I think because this is also a youth assembly, we need to make sure that we embed intergenerational justice in governance itself, to actually make sure that these are issues that are heard and that are dealt with. So an example could be that youth and future generations need to have seats in global financial or finance reform bodies and multilateral development banks, to actually bring up these issues and be on the table where it gets decided that we can raise these areas and these barriers. So it's important also in this to reflect that youth are not monolithic, like they're not all equal. Like they need to be represented in its full diversity and not just have a token youth representative there, but have like more of an advisory body that is made up of different people of different backgrounds, different ages and diversities. So this is really that we move beyond tokenism, because I do think that this is the solution to also address these youth issues, like as you said, Dennis, is the financing for these innovative solutions. So I think to me, embedding intergenerational justice is the innovation in itself.
Thank you so much for those comments. Lastly, Cuban, would you like to add anything as well?
Sure. I think just one quick remark on each of the latter two questions. The first on how to make sure finance is going to the right things and how to measure it. One thing I'll note is that the reason why the integrated system perspective is so important is because it is very, very rare that the money spent on a project is the money that is owned by the person developing the project. There are multiple intermediaries in the system, your asset owners, asset managers, banks, lenders, and you have to give each of these people the incentives to spend the money in what we call the right way, whether it's towards mitigation or adaptation projects. And I think that's one respect in which why the FI model of engaging stakeholders across the entire financial ecosystem is so important. The second about innovative financial mechanisms for youth-led innovation. I think we have 95% of the innovations and technology we need to address climate mitigation. And the last 5%, I think it's entirely about funding science and research and education. And even in the very first 95%, I think education goes such a long way. And this is an area where financialization or innovation is not so much needed as a steady, consistent core funding to education systems through your kindergartens through to tertiary education. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Given, for your thoughts on this as well. We're past time, so this is the moment to wrap up this session. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you to our amazing guests and panelists. I just want to leave you with one last thought. I will avoid those long closing remarks, given that we don't have more time. But as you approach the OECPR and UNEA in the coming weeks, and you look at the resolutions on the agenda and you review them critically, please make sure to consider to what extent they actually help advance those systemic transformations that we have discussed this morning in the early afternoon, whether that's for finance, but also on other topics such as multilateral environmental agreements that we spoke about earlier. Because as mentioned earlier as well, as we're approaching 2030 and also many environmental goals, but also many tipping points and planetary boundaries, all resolutions that are on the agenda at this UNEA, they should have systemic impact. And if they do not, let's take this opportunity over the next 2 weeks to make sure that we demand that of policymakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay.
Recording stopped.
All right, everyone, we are going to continue to the next session. I would like to invite our colleagues, Omnia.
Well, I was in KU was when I really graduated last year though. Yes, right now I'm working in the transportation industry. Yeah, like as an engineer, like a software engineer. So yes, so I think I can. Okay, why do you keep on?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a small request that children who are sitting at the back can come in front and occupy the space because this session is all about you, all about young people. So it would be great if you can come forward. Thank you.
see that first?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Salam alaikum. My name is Umni Anfer, and I will be the moderator for this side event titled Children and Youth Environmental Rights. I am very happy to be here with you because this topic touches all of us at a certain period. We're all children, some of us are children and are attending with us, and we have been old youth. So, with no further ado, I would love to invite Alphonse to give us an opening speech for our side event. Please clap for him.
Thank you for that, Omnia. She was going to have a trouble after the event if she didn't like request you to clap for me. But everything is at peace right now. So thank you so much for the clap as well. So I feel like we are all energized and good now for the afternoon sessions after the lunch break. Um, so basically, I think to frame this session on children and youth rights in environmental governance, it's just important to go through some of few reflections. I don't really have a written speech for this, but I can speak from the heart because it is now a hackneyed cliche that youth and children need to be meaningfully engaged in global environmental policy processes and actually in policy processes at all levels. But it's also important to highlight that this need to be quite ingrained in the policy frameworks. And that's why it is very important time during this upcoming UNIA 7 that the government of Sri Lanka has actually tabled as a resolution, a draft resolution on enhancing the meaningful participation of children and youth in environmental and climate change action. This is quite a very positive step towards a meaningful youth engagement that we keep on advocating for. Looking back in 1992, during the Rio Art Summit in Brazil, when Maurice Strong, who was the first executive director of UNEP, was serving as the Secretary General of that important meeting, he managed to ensure that we got meaningful participation of children and youth in the Agenda 21 document of that we call like Rio Declaration or something like that. And if you look at it, especially in chapter 25, you'll see how governments are actually urged to include young people and children within their decision making, especially when you talk about global environmental policy making. Then fast forward, we see in 2003 here at UNEP, a Tunza strategy that we call Tunza Youth Strategy for UNEP, that then structured youth engagement, particularly through the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. And with the evolution that we've seen over time, we've seen our common agenda report by Secretary General of UN. We've seen the Pact for the Future, where we got the Declaration for Future Generations, categorically highlighting the principles of meaningful youth engagement. And this session actually goes deep into unpacking how this needs to look like. Of course, children and youth rights in environmental governance being quite observed, But again, also opening room for us to have a very interactive session, looking ahead where we are having a resolution table for UNEA to champion for meaningful youth participation of youth and children in environmental and climate change action. So without going deep into what our panelists have actually prepared for us to share with us, I was just putting out there for us to provoke our thoughts in what is coming ahead, looking at also the evolution of the Youth Environment Assembly and how it needs to be recognized. It's actually in the place order of the ministerial declaration of this UNEA. And these are very important steps that we are seeing in our own time. It's not about now requesting a seat at the table, or rather how we call it metaphorically, but it's about how we do with our voice when we are already in the decision-making places. So thank you so much, and over to you, my colleague Omnia, and thanks so much. You can clap again if you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Alphonse. And excuse me, I didn't introduce you because I think you're very famous. But Alphonse is my co-regional focal point of Africa region with the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. He's actually the person behind supporting ground participation of lots of Kenyan youth in CPR, OECPRs, and so on. So to follow up on what my brother Alphonse have said, environmental governance fundamentally determines the rights of well-being of our children and youth. Yet their voices remain underrepresented in the process of multilateralism, despite strong normative frameworks such as the UN Convention of Rights of the Child, the Paris Agreement, and the SDGs. Children and youth remain very underrepresented. And that's why at the Children and Youth Major Group, we have a bit of a historic that now we are hosting our third Youth Environmental Assembly, which is in the first edition was a very small room with few youth, but now we are more than 800 and we're closing to 1,000 youth present, so we should just applaud ourselves for this. And actually, this event is very important because it's in the margins of the first draft resolution on meaningful inclusion of children and youth on environmental governance, thanks to the government of Sri Lanka. And I'm very honored to have with us the Deputy Permanent Representatives of Sri Lanka, Ms. Rovini De Silva, and to remind that Sri Lanka actually hosted our Asia Pacific Youth Environment Forum in 2023. So this just reminds us about their stewardship in youth and children engagement. So, Ms. Rovini, we would love to hear from you about how you were motivated to give these draft resolutions, the lessons from Sri Lanka on including youth and children in advisory mechanism, and also what are the concrete steps that we can take from this UNEA and from member states to institutionalize intergenerational participation.
Thank you. Karibu Kenya. Sri Lanka is honored to present this intervention in support of our draft resolution on enhancing the meaningful participation of children and youth in environmental governance. At the outset, it is with deep concern that we note the severe impacts of Cyclone Ditwa, which struck Sri Lanka on 27 November 2025, bringing torrential rainfall and triggering widespread floods and landslides. As of today, the death toll has risen to at least 123, with many individuals still reported missing. Hundreds of homes have been damaged or destroyed, and the government has been compelled to close offices and schools nationwide in response to the scale of the disaster. This tragic situation underscores with unmistakable clarity the urgency and importance of this resolution. The impacts of Cyclone Ditwa demonstrate how children and youth are disproportionately affected by climate induced disasters, yet often have the least influence over the decisions that shape their future. Strengthening their participation in environmental governance is not merely a procedural consideration. It is an essential step toward building more resilient, equitable, and forward looking climate responses. By institutionalizing their voices within multilateral processes, member states can ensure their environmental policies are informed by those who will inherit both the risk and the responsibilities of a rapidly changing planet. Despite progress, youth participation in environmental governance remains inconsistent, under resourced, and often symbolic. Around the world, children and youth continue to face barriers to meaningful engagement, lack of information, limited access to decision making spaces, financial constraints, and in some contexts, risk to safety or freedom of expression. This resolution responds to these gaps by proposing structured, rights based, and institutionalized mechanisms for child and youth participation, consistent with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, UNEA mandates, and relevant governing council decisions. Our intention is not to create parallel systems, but to strengthen existing governance frameworks so that the rights and perspectives of young people are not an afterthought but an integral component of environmental policy, implementation, and review. Sri Lanka believes that member states can significantly enhance youth inclusion by embedding child rights principles directly into their negotiation structures. First, national delegations should include youth representatives as part of formal delegations, not only as observers, but as contributors to preparatory meetings, drafting discussions, side events, and strategy sessions. Many countries have initiated youth delegate programs in climate negotiations. UNEA is an ideal platform to expand this practice. Second, governments should adopt rights-based negotiating mandates referencing Articles 12 and 13 of the CRC and explicitly recognizing children's rights to participate, to access environmental information, and to have their views considered in matters affecting their future. Third, member states should institutionalize regular consultations with children and youth before and after major negotiations. These consultations must be meaningful, linked directly to the national positions submitted to UNEA and other multilateral fora. Fourth, capacity building is essential. Young people must have access to training on environmental governance, scientific literacy, and policy analysis so they can participate as full partners. This is not about giving youth a seat at the table simply to listen. It is about empowering them to speak and ensuring institutions are prepared to listen. Sri Lanka's own experience provides a number of practical insights for member states seeking to strengthen youth engagement. Across our national processes, Sri Lanka has learned that youth engagement must be structured, continuous, and multi-level. We have increasingly emphasized mechanisms such as youth councils, youth pioneers, and advisory platforms that give young people a consistent channel for policy input. We also recognize the value of education systems as gateways to environmental empowerment. Sri Lanka stresses the role of environmental literacy, community-based learning, and integration of green skills into curricula. Education builds a foundation that enables meaningful long-term engagement in policy spaces. Another lesson is the importance of regional and international engagement. Sri Lankan youth have actively contributed to dialogues in the Asia Pacific region and to UNEP's major group for children and youth, demonstrating that digital platforms and hybrid participation can create more equitable access, especially for youth from developing countries. We have also learned that youth are most effective when treated not as symbolic participants but as co-creators of national environmental strategies. Their contributions have informed local conservation efforts, national climate policies, and regional forums. This resolution seeks to strengthen such approaches globally. And this resolution is action oriented and proposes a number of concrete measures at both global and national levels. For youth participation to be credible, we must guarantee that it is conducted in a manner that respects dignity, safety, and equity. Sri Lanka emphasizes the need for the following safeguards: protection from reprisals, harassments, or discrimination, ensuring young people can speak freely in policy spaces; transparent and inclusive selection processes to avoid tokenism and ensured representation of diverse backgrounds, gender, disability, indigenous identity, and geographic diversity; age appropriate information and accessible formats, including translation and assistive technologies; child safeguarding protocols for participants under 18, including consent processes and trained protection officers. Without these safeguards, inclusion risks becoming symbolic. With them, it becomes transformative. Sri Lanka brings this resolution forward with humility, conviction, and hope. We believe that strengthening the rights and roles of children and youth is essential to achieving the goals of UNIA 7 and building a resilient planet. By institutionalizing intergenerational participation, we can ensure that environmental governance is not only more inclusive, but more effective, more innovative, and more just. We therefore call upon all member states to work with us in advancing this resolution, refining it through constructive dialogue, strengthening its safeguards, and embracing the spirit of partnership it represents. Children and youth are ready to lead with us. Let us open the doors for them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. De Silva, for these very powerful words. And actually, this invites each one of us to contribute fully to the coming week and to hopefully have this resolution to commemorate this UNIA 7. And a very important point is the capacity building, especially on technical and scientific capacities, because without scientists, we cannot bring up to the table powerful evidence-based data for policymakers to make them very sensitized about the issues that we are suffering from. So thank you so much once again. And when we think about children, we think about UNICEF. So I'm very happy to invite Ms. Gloria Caberia, who's the Regional Adolescent and Youth Development Lead at UNICEF Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office. My question to you, Ms. Gloria, is we want to know more about UNICEF's work to integrate children's rights in environmental governance. What potential regional initiatives are you leading on this sense, and what opportunities we can, as youth and children, benefit from?
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And as you can see on the first slide, participation is embedded in the CRC, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Children and youth are among the most vulnerable to environmental degradation. Yet, they are also the most powerful agents of change. Nothing for us without us. Children know what works in their communities, what does not work in the communities, and what could be done to make it work. So we have to remember they are the most affected, but they have some of the best solutions. UNICEF also emphasizes that environmental governance must be integrated in children's rights, youth rights, ensuring that policies uphold the best interests of the child. And who determines the best interests of the child? Yes, statutes, there are laws, there are standard operating procedures. There are so many things in place to ensure that this happens. So UNICEF is guided by the CRC, and this then makes sure that we have a proper place to ensure and promote meaningful participation of adolescents, children, and youth. And I'm very happy to hear all the speakers who spoke before me mention tokenism. So often we are not very clear on what meaningful participation is. Meaningful participation is giving a young person skills, a child skills, then you give them voice. Once they have that voice, you give them space where they can put out that voice. You give them audience, somebody who listens to them. And once they put out their issues out there, they must be acted on. So we have a few principles on meaningful child and youth engagement. The first principle is every child should have the skills. She spoke to capacity development. Without skills, you'll not be able to put your voice out there. So once you have the skills, then you have voice. Once you have the voice, you're given the space. And that space requires audience. And that audience should be people who can listen and act on that which a child and a young person has brought up. And UNIA 7 is one of those spaces where once children speak, once young people speak, what they brought up should be acted upon. The next slide, please. So UNICEF approach, as mentioned, is right-based. We frame it on that UNICEF, everything we do is guided by the CRC. Most of us, everything we do here is rights-based, so we have to make sure that children are heard, young people are heard, their rights are met, and environmental rights, climate justice is a right. We also have to operationalize all that by embedding child rights in national environmental policies, by ensuring that we use child-sensitive indicators in our reporting, and also by ensuring that we promote cross-sectoral collaboration between ministries. We cannot work with one ministry, we have to work across ministries because to achieve what is required is need for a cross-sectoral approach, and then the principle of equity. Children and youth are disproportionately affected by climate and pollution risks require targeted protection. And this is where, when you talk about meaningful protection, meaningful engagement, how we engage a child aged 9 is very different from how we engage a child who's aged 15, and how we engage youth at the age of 20 who are beginning maybe in their advocacy on climate, who are pushing and agitating for climate equity and climate justice, and how we work with a seasoned young person who's been doing advocacy work for the last 10 years at 35. So we have to remember whatever we do has to be age appropriate, age sensitive, and we have to co-create with the young people to ensure the meaningful participation. Next, please. Best practices for safe, meaningful, and inclusive child or youth participation is UNICEF's Child and Youth Councils and Child Schools toolkits. The toolkits are for capacity development. The youth councils or the youth advisory boards are to ensure that children's and youth voices are heard everywhere. They're integrated throughout, let's say, the program cycle with our line ministries and with everyone that we work with. So to ensure full presentation, full meaningful participation, we first, again, build the skills, then give them a voice either as part of the council or to sit in the ministry or to sit in whichever platform. So have a systemized way of meaningful participation. Then have key practices that will promote inclusivity. Inclusive participation, we need to ensure there's gender balance, accessibility for children and youth with disabilities, and representation of marginalized groups. And we know some of these are often left out. If we say we've meaningfully engaged children and youth, yet we've left one strata of youth or children, then that is not meaningful engagement. We also have to make sure there are safeguarding policies. When you protect children from exploitation, tokenism in participatory processes. We also have to remember often participation involves travel, involves movement, involves children and young people not being in their homes, in the spaces where they always are comfortable. They need protection. And we cannot leave our children because we are afraid of the safeguarding that comes with them. We have to make sure we have the safeguarding measures in place at all times, especially when engaging children below the age of 18. Capacity building, that has been talked a lot about, so I will not go there again. And then feedback loops. Guarantee that children inputs are acknowledged and acted upon. We have many times engaged children and young people and done nothing about it. And the next time you go to them, they are disillusioned. We talk, 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 we share our issues, but nothing is done about it. So we have to make sure that if we are not able to act on what we get from children, what they recommend or their asks, kindly let us give them feedback on why we did not act, when we might act, when we could act, and how we will act when we act. Let us not go quiet on asks, recommendations, and inputs by children and young people. Next, please. I have mentioned this already. This is what underpins what meaningful participation looks like. There's space, there's voice, there's audience, and there's influence. Once you give a young person a space to share and air their views, give them that voice which is empowered, have been taught on what it means to be a climate justice advocate. I know what environmental degradation is. I will be able to confidently talk to whoever, presidents, politicians, whoever is at the table. I'll take up the space and my seat at the table with confidence, and I will be able to influence. I will be able to know what is the difference between activism, advocacy, awareness raising, and anything else that I'm involved in as a child or a young person. So whenever we are involving children and youth, these are the key things to make sure we are not being tokenistic, we are meaningfully engaging them. The next one is how we strengthen accountability for young people and children environmental rights. This has three areas where we have the national systems. I've already mentioned that. We have best interest principle, which is applied consistently in environmental decision making, ensuring children and youth needs are prioritized. And then the role of civil society, youth-led organizations and women-led organizations. If we really want to localize change, if we want to have young people and children as the leaders of agents of change, it has to be done at the grassroots level. It has to involve youth and women-led organizations, and remembering adolescent girls and young women-led organizations. We have amazing eco-feminists in the region who've been doing great work educating their peers, calling for change, and speaking to governments and ministries about climate justice. So we have to involve others. What opportunities then do we have at UNEA 7? First one is anchoring child rights in multilateral processes. She has already spoken to that. She's already shown us how that will be done. We can advocate for UNEA resolutions that explicitly reference children's rights. Thank you very much, Sri Lanka. We can promote child participation in UNEA side events and dialogues. That is happening here right now. And we can encourage states to adopt child-sensitive environmental indicators in UNEP reporting. I've seen a bit of that, and I know that happens also with UNICEF. Next one is strategic leveraging. How does UNEA offer a platform to mainstream child rights into global environmental and governance, aligning with SDGs, CRCs, and any other instrument that we have there? And she very clearly spoke to that too. So as we edit or we work on this resolution, we can see how some of these things come in to ensure that we are leveraging on all the resources and the asset that children and young people are. Then partnerships. We need to build coalitions between governments, UN agencies, youth movements, and institutionalized child and youth participation. And I have seen this with a lot of South-to-South youth-led movements that are really doing amazing work, that are empowering younger youth and children through to peer-to-peer approaches that are helping strengthen, increase knowledge, and give young children a voice to become the youth leading change in the days to come. So last but not least, these are some of the implementing strategies that we use at UNICEF to enhance meaningful youth participation, meaningful child participation, which is influencing government policies, legislation, and financing. We can talk so much about structured platforms for meaningful participation, but without budget, they will be of no use. So we have to ensure that the policies, legislation, and financing is in place. We have to foster cross-sectoral and multi-sectoral programming, interministerial, inter-agencies, inter-CSOs. We all have to work together to ensure this happens. Sri Lanka has spoken to innovation with and for young people. This is innovation that is designed, led, implemented by young people. Then we have to generate and utilize data. We are a people who really sometimes have the evidence but don't document the evidence. How do we show what works, what does not work if we're not documenting it? So we have to remember documentation and evidence generation. Then improve on children and young people responsive service delivery. I've heard so many times across the system where young people don't take up on the services available because they are not with the times. They are not appropriate for them. They do not speak the language that they speak. The service provider does not understand why the young person behaves the way they behave. We've seen that with Gen Z movements across the world. So we have to make sure that our services speak to the young people and the needs of young people are delivered in a way that speaks and is appropriate for young people. Last but not least, leverage partnerships for results. Partnership at all levels, across all levels. And to end this, a call to action. We must recognize that safeguarding the environment is inseparable from safeguarding children's rights and youth rights. And one of the ways to safeguard children's rights and young people's rights is to meaningfully engage them in everything that involves them across the program cycles. Not when it suits us, not when our donors are visiting, not when we want to take pictures, and not when we want to show that we are actually involving them, but meaningfully engaging them, listening to them, and taking up what they say. Our vision is a world where every child grows up in a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment. And for you as a takeaway, how can UNAIR 7 strengthen children's voices in global environmental governance? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gloria, and you have mentioned so many very interesting things. And among them is there is no meaningful participation without offering a safe platform, very inclusive, because we shouldn't just ignore people, children or youth with disability, with neurodiversity, those who are in refugee status, etc. And I would use a quick change of hat as a former UNICEF climate action champion. That UNICEF develops a lot of tools that you can readily use on advocacy on different topics. I work with UNICEF on the children and health rights. So you might all check that out in UNICEF websites. And I thank you once again. And staying on UNICEF Vice, I would invite to the floor our child speaker, Francisco Vera. So Francisco is a UNICEF a child champion, and we are very proud and honored to have him to ensure that this side event speaks up for itself and empower youth. But we have some surprises in the end of the panel. So, Francisco, I have two questions for you. Why and how children must be part of environmental decision making? And from your experience as a child activist, what are the biggest challenges that you think children face when engaging in global environmental spaces? So over to you.
Thank you very much, Umia, for the opportunity. First of all, allow me to congratulate you for this space. I'm really happy and excited because I have been for a long time engaged like in decision making processes, especially related to the UNFCCC convention and to the climate decisions, and also nationally. But let me tell you that I have never seen such a great addressment of the children rights issues in the framework of environmental challenges, such as climate change, environmental degradation in general, the triple planetary crisis, no, as we know. So congratulations, very happy for that actually. Well, we have already heard why, no? We know that children are at the front lines of many crises, not just of the environmental issues. Of course, UNICEF in fact has a very interesting research on that. The risk index of children, published like 2 3 years ago. I don't remember how long, and it talks about this concept of negative feedback. Basically, no, it's not just the environmental challenges; it's actually all the issues that our society is facing right now. We, as you know, we are facing one of the highest levels of violence since the end of the Second World War. More than 56 armed conflicts active in many parts and regions of our world, following the data of the Global Peace Index. We have huge socioeconomic inequalities that fit precisely the vulnerability of children. And all this together is, of course, sinking the future and present of children. So it's not just from an ecological perspective, but actually from a multi-sectorial perspective, that we must to mainstream children rights in all decisions basically. But here it comes the most important thing. Regardless the vulnerability or the affectation of children in an armed conflict, in a climate disaster, in any crisis, actually children should be included, because it's very nice to precisely recognize, it's very nice and actually absolutely important actually to recognize the unique and disproportionate vulnerabilities of children, no? The grade of exposure, that exposition they have to the affectations, to the consequences, the negative impacts of the crisis. But we should actually transcend, and actually I'm seeing it right here. We should transcend those narratives and precisely let aside the paternalistic view of children exclusively as rights holders, but actually we are human rights defenders. No, we are agents of change. We are already contributing and shifting our territories, our communities, our environments, basically. So it's not just we are not just one of the main victims of the crisis, but also we are already leading the social transformations that our society requires. And I think that point is absolutely important. As many things that have already been mentioned, I would like to bring it to the table, because I come from a region that is Latin America and the Caribbean, from Colombia specifically. And as you know, well, all over the world, human rights defenders are suffering terrible repression, terrible persecution, but also children human rights defender, precisely following what the reports from Global Witness, from several NGOs and civil society organizations, for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most dangerous region for human rights defenders to speak up, to oppose, to confront extractivist economic dynamics, no? And to face the issue from the root. The root is not just the climate change and the environmental degradation itself, is an economic and consumption and production model that has caused this, basically, that is polluting, that is harming our own health and the health of the planet. So this precisely confronts very directly the interests of many economic groups, no? And precisely because of that, many human rights defenders in general are killed, are threatened, exiled, persecuted, but also children. I personally, and from my movement, Guardians for Life, we're a movement, a child-led movement in Latin America, we have advocated a lot precisely for that vision, basically, for the protection and recognition, because yet many states even do not recognize us as human rights defenders, as citizens. We could talk even of the recognition of the citizenship, basically. We live today in adult crisis, basically. All decisions, as you can see, are made by adults. And I also appreciate a lot that differentiation among children and youth, because precisely when we talk about children and youth, but we do not differentiate them, we are falling in tokenism, precisely. We can talk about two age groups that collect people from 0 to 35 years old. That's not meaningful, no? Children, and I appreciate that point of age appropriate engagement. Children have special levels of maturity, of autonomy, of participation, ways, manners to participate, that of course make them also an age group that is very excluded, basically, no? So In that same, resuming from what I was saying regarding the children human rights defender, I would add to the conversation simply the recognition of children as human rights defenders, precisely, and the protection. We have already many regional frameworks. For example, in Latin America, we have the Escazú Agreement, no, precisely, that is aimed to guarantee the access to information, to justice, and to public participation in environmental affairs, and to advocate for as decentralized and local forms of participation, of child participation as possible, that I think will allow us to engage with as many diverse children as possible, precisely because many are in marginal and rural areas that cannot access precisely to participation. Unfortunately, participation in the current system of decision making process, in how it is designed, is it has become a privilege basically, and actually it is a right, no? So simply I would like to finalize my intervention by saying that, by congratulating you both because of the use and the rights based approach from the GC26. Here with my colleague Kartik, we were advisors of the 20 GC26, and I'm very happy to see that it is being implemented. So thank you, and let's go to see that even in all crises we have opportunities, and I think the planetary crisis is an opportunity to dismantle precisely all the structures that oppress us as adultcentrism. So let's go for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Francisco, for your words. And I actually recapitulating what we said on giving the platform. I'm sure that people are very inspired from what you said, and that they are now motivated and eager to take that bold move that they have always feared or never took the chance to have. And I think uh, this comes to a very important notion, which it changed how I am engaged. It changed how we are all here, which is mentorship. And I believe that inspiring others by the same pathway that you took will create a new generation of inspired young leaders. And I knew Kartik, who is our last speaker before Joseph, 3 years ago when he was our children's working group focal point. He was there, very motivated, eager to defend, and he also was a UN child advisor for the UN Children's Convention, and now he created his foundation, the Being Earth Foundation. So, Kartik, I would love to now ask you more on the job that you've done once you moved about to the senior level. What innovations or grassroots initiatives from children and young people have shown strong potential to influence environmental governance?
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, just to check energy, good afternoon. Afternoon. Yeah, here we go. So, before I say what I have to say, in the very same room during Unia 6 Youth and Environment Assembly and second time, we had a children's session just after the opening of IA, and there were even half room was not filled. So it's really great to see more faces, more young people showing up and literally being part of this dialogue and putting emphasis that why it really matters to show up and mark the presence, not just to listen, not just to hear, not just to come being in the UN house, but to act upon, to build, and to contribute in one or the other way in the dialogues which we are shaping. So, a big round of applause for you guys. So, when we started, and the question, right, that what are the grassroots initiatives what children are taking up? My first question, which comes within myself, is that why children have to do so? Aren't children meant to go to school, have fun, enjoy the nature, enjoy the beauty. Why children have to take the action? Why children have to be on the street talking about climate change? Why children have to leave their schools and being into UNEP, to UNIA, to COP, or whatever space it is? Is it what we are imagining the future like? Is it what we want? We want a better future for children. So let's think about it. So, but in the current time, because there is extreme temperature, there is extreme weather, there is a lot of things which is not pleasant enough, and that makes children to come on the streets, that makes children to come out and talk that, can you hear me, that we have rights, we have right to clean and healthy environment. So the initiative which really makes sense, and not from only governance element, but really taking charge. There are children who are working on waste management. There are children working on several of the projects. And let me not just talk from the lens of child, but from the youth element as well. I'll take an example. Vikrant is in the room, Himawati is in the room from NYCC. It's again a UNICEF India flagship program, which gives a space for young people to really work on their solution. So it's not that having a space to speak and contribute to the governance process. What young people have been demanding is not just space in the room of dialogue and decision making. Young people are also demanding space in action, that young people can contribute and shape the discourse, so do and so of the action as well, right? So I think those are some of the things, but of course, as we have young people in this room, it's good to see, and also this is the example, right, that what it takes young people, children and youth in governance process.
Thank you so much, Karthik. And, as a continuity for your second question is, based on your work in CYMG, what's the magic formula to engage children, youth in environmental governance?
The magic formula is willingness. Let me again take names, right? We started children engagement in Asia Pacific Initial Forum, and it happened in Sri Lanka. That was the first time we had a children engagement planned by CYMG. And there were only two children in the session. And UNICEF was the partner to the event. It was in the UN compound. It was in partnership with a lot of organizations. We put it a month and month to plan that event, and we had two children in the session. It was in the heart of the city. That was the willingness where we thought that we can do it, we can have it done. And that was the start, and that lead to build a momentum for Youth Environment Assembly at Unia during Unia 6. And again, a very incredible work by Vikrant, Zuhair, Gubin, Alphonse. In starting, I was thinking when you said to clap, right? He deserved the clap. He made sure that children have a smooth access to the UNF compound. So it's not one or the other thing. The formula is that there is a group of people who are willing to act, who are willing to do, who are willing to work, and who are willing to give their time. And this is the question I think we need to ask, that it's not only about children in this room, they are young people. Why young people are sitting and having a discussion on children? Because everyone have passed through that age group, and it really matters. Everybody have experienced the same thing. So there was a willingness from the leadership, and that's what the resolution, even we are really happy to have Sri Lanka presenting this resolution, that the willingness from the leadership, the willingness from the governing body, the decision makers, that children and youth can be a meaningful add-on to whatever we are doing. And they are. It's not they can be, but they are. So it's about recognizing and giving a formal mandate to it. So with that, I think that's the willingness we are working forward with. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Karthik. And indeed, we have to believe and give the platform. And now I'm moving on to our last speaker, who is a speaker on behalf of Brian Maina, the Kenya Youth Climate Envoy. We have with us Joseph, who is the UNEP Earth champion. From the questions that we were going to ask to Brian, since you're reporting his speech, what are the lessons from Kenya Youth Engagement Mechanism for the in the environmental space? What barriers have young people in Kenya suffered from, and what were the proposed solutions and innovations that you have came up for? And finally, what are your recommendations for government's work?
Thank you so much. So, as she mentioned, my name is Joseph Nguthiru. I am the UNEP Young Champion of the Earth, but I'm speaking here right now on behalf of Brian Miner. Most of you know him. He is the youth representative at the Climate Envoy in the Office of the President in Kenya. So, I'll be reading part of what he wrote for me to read out to you. But I'll also probably put in some of my few words. So it starts. I like to share brief reflections on youth-led advocacy and intergenerational experiences from what has been done in Kenya. So the thing is, we need to transition young people from only being beneficiaries of climate policies into architects of climate-positive growth. And the question that we should be asking each other here in this room and during tea breaks is how, as we, as young people, can we be recognized as a source of solutions, especially for Africa, which is known as a continent of vulnerability. Because the thing is, this is my opinion, climate action must generate decent jobs for us. New industries, innovations for young people, such as renewable energy, resilient agriculture, circular economy, and so on. For example, how can we use this new boom of solar panels to create jobs? How can we use clean agriculture as a source of income? How can we train young people to make and repair electric vehicles right now? And to move from these theoretical things that are taught in school into actionable things that actually put food on the table. Going back to the speech. So the message to young people is to come with expectations, with ideas, with solutions to help shape the way forward. At the same time, institutions also carry huge responsibilities, serious structured spaces where solutions can help shape decisions. And we know that they can do better, and that's why as young people we keep on demanding better from institutions because we know they can. But here's the good news from the office. In Kenya, we are working to reflect this vision into practice. And they're launching an initiative called the Climate Leadership Innovation Centers, the CLIC, plus the Action Lab. Both are linked to the presidency and the envoys. And the goal is to help bring youth closer to the decision making. There's a QR code that will be shared there on the screen that I'll need you to scan. For context, these are more than just accelerators and incubators. They're designed to bring your solutions to life. These are collaborations of the private and public sectors together with the government, and the Action Lab is more of the private sector funded. So this is just a matter of taking your ideas and helping them accelerate them to whatever they need to be so that they can grow and become big solutions. So young people are now included in national delegations from regional to global climate processes, and the Climate Envoy has convened youth consultations to inform these national positions in Nairobi Declaration as just transitions and other priorities. So from this work, several lessons have stood out to the government and that you will also understand. So one, proximity to decision makers matters. And when young people can engage directly with the presidency, with ministries, with negotiators, their input is more likely to influence the outcomes. Youth engagement must be based on co-design rather than tokenism, which has also been mentioned here. And clear feedback on how youth input has been used is essential for trust. Meaningful participation requires resources because there is outreach, travel, facilitation, and so on. At the same time, the second one is that we recognize that there are significant barriers that still remain. Many young people still face high costs of participation. Coming here, you had to pay fares and all that to get to where you are. Complex procedures, technical languages in all these UN documents that you might not understand. Persistent power imbalances and so on. And those at the father of power, unfortunately, still remain the least represented. And these are not shortcomings of young people, but they're big design gaps in governance systems. That's why at multilateral level, especially with UNEP and MEAs, there are structured several steps that could help address these gaps. So first is the formal youth roles in national delegations and advisory bodies, and that have clear mandates, such as youth advisory councils, where our colleagues sit at, that are also linked to environmental ministries, permanent missions, fellowships, second amendments for youth in UNEP, MEA, and so on. Sorry. We want young people to be able to pay bills, put food on the table, and in addition to fighting for climate change. Equally important is co creating accountability frameworks with young people. For example, national climate scorecards that are designed with young people with regular intergenerational dialogues, digital platforms that enable young people to share data and feedback. And this accountability, in the sense, is not just about bringing blame, pointing fingers, and all that, but how can we track the progress? How can we adjust the course together? And if we are serious about youth advocacy, about bringing youth to the table, giving them a voice, and so on, we must move from symbolic partnership and participation into shared leadership. This means we need to recognize youth, which is you, as strategic partners in climate positive development and well resourced mechanisms so that we can ensure that these impacts are represented and heard in the rooms where decisions are made. Ultimately, our success, all of us, will be measured not by how young people speak at events like here right now, but by how meaningful involved we are in designing, implementing, monitoring these solutions that shape our common future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joseph, for reporting the Brian speech, and thank you also for your great work that you are doing with UNM. And now coming to the surprise I told you about, and Kartik have said it. Even last year we had minimal children representation, but this year we have very fantastic profiles that I encountered too. But I would leave 1 minute intervention for our children speakers. So I will start with Sasha. Can you come to the closest mic or even here?
Hi everybody, my name is Sasha Chepkocheng, the Green Ambassador. I am 7 years old from Kenya. I campaign for taking care of my environment, planting trees, recycling, reusing, reducing pollution. I have a book here about Sasha Young Voice for a Greener World. It's my journey on environmental conservation. Children to take care of the environment. I have a message. Children are children are not young to lead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sasha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And now I want to give the floor to Karen.
Hi everyone. Good evening. My name is Karen Wanjiro Kimani. I'm 13 years old. I am an environmental ambassador, voice of the children, climate change champion, founder and CEO of Karen Fort Environmental Conservation Foundation. Thank you. I am the winner of the Ambassador of the United World 2025, Junior Miss United World 2025, and I just won this award 3 weeks ago.
Congrats.
So, climate change is not something we talk about as if it will happen in the future. It is happening right now. Just look around and see floods, droughts, landslides, and heat waves. As Wangari Maathai once said, it's the little things citizens do. That's what will make the difference. My little thing is planting trees. As one of the panelists said, youth and children need to take position. I fully agree. But how can we take position without funding? In my experience as a young person and as a leader of a youth led organization, our applications are often rejected because of our age. What are you doing to ensure that children and youth can access funding without age based barriers? My second question is, in Africa Climate Summit 1, children drafted the declaration and we forwarded to the head of states. But I feel it's not working because, one, we are not involved in climate policy. We can't get funding even to attend COP meetings. They don't include us. Children can represent themselves if we can be given a chance. My concern is, why are children neglected? For example, today, I was seated back there and I wanted to ask my question. I even stood up and raised my hands, but no one saw me. I did that two times. But anyway, at least I have a chance. My other question, my other thing to say is, we are not requesting, but we demand for inclusivity. In policy making, we demand our voices to be heard. Thank you.
I'm happy, Karen, that we were able to give you the floor to tell us about your work. And now, briefly for Hope.
Good evening. My name is Hope Omboy Oching. I am a poet using poetry to send messages of hope, create awareness, and for entertainment. I am a flood survivor and using poetry to create awareness on climate change and also planting trees of hope with a target of 13,000 trees. My question is, many children are using art and poetry to speak for the planet, but most have no platform, networks, fundings to be heard, seen, and engaged. As a young artist, I believe our voices matter. Through poetry. We express the pain of our changing world and the hope for a better one. We need more spaces where child artists can be seen, supported, and included in climate action because creativity can turn climate awareness into real change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hope. And now, just one quick question from a young person, not to be age discriminatory. So, yeah.
One sec. Hi everyone, my name is Ida. I am an environmental educator. And first of all, before I ask my question, a quick clock it to all the speakers because almost everything you said was a mic drop moment. And yes, can we all for a second? This is a youth forum, right? One of the things, or some of the things that the speakers before me, especially Ruvini and Gloria, said was around climate literacy and accessibility. And my question is, as an environmental educator, I am in charge of carrying out Wangari Maathai's legacy in the quote that she says that you cannot protect the environment unless you love it, and you cannot love it unless you know it. So, as an environmental educator, part of my work is making sure children know and then love the environment. But I've experienced a lot of challenges, especially in bringing climate literacy to children in very remote areas. People in this space, you know that the farther you go, the more expensive it becomes. So, my question is, many children in rural villages and indigenous communities simply do not get the chance to know the environment in the way climate education intends. What concrete steps can we take as government? I'm really grateful that the government of Sri Lanka is here. Education systems and global partners take to ensure that climate literacy reaches even the most remote of spaces. I'm thinking, why can't climate literacy be part of the education curriculum so as math? Like, I know I would have probably been in the climate class as opposed to the math class, but that's just me. And why can't youths be given an opportunity to expand climate literacy? I know the conversation has been going on for so long. Right now, if you pitch a grant on environmental education, chances of you to get funded is like 1/10, as opposed to the one maybe researching on dolphins. But that doesn't take away from the fact that climate literacy is still inaccessible. We get to hear about it because we are in this room. What about people in the most remote of regions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in order for COMG not to kick me from organizing another event, we are running out of time, so I would request you to briefly give some answers to the questions. And yeah, we'll start from Mr.
Yeah, I'll start with the last question. And at the national level, Sri Lanka is emphasizing on integrate environmental literacy and climate content into school curricula. And for an example, for Sri Lanka, we have free education from the youngsters up until the undergraduates. So it's free for them. So whether they are coming from the rural area or they are living in the city areas, they don't worry about the funding, and they have the free education, free access to the education. And in our curricula we have environmental studies, so that they can study up until the O levels, the ordinary levels, or they, if they wishes to go forward with that, they can go with the advanced level as well. So if this sort of curricular initiatives can be implemented with the other countries, we are proposing it with our draft resolution to integrate environmental literacy, green skills to the curriculas of the school, so that they can know, as you said, they have to know to love, and then only they can love and protect the environment. And for the other questions without funding as well, Sri Lanka emphasized the safeguarding proposals, and through our resolutions we are suggesting to have fair compensation, travel support and recognition, ensuring youth and child do not bear the financial burdens to participate, so that they can be heard, as you said. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Silva. And I would ask all of us to try to talk with our member states to support the resolution, because that's going to be like our huge momentum out of UNIA 7. Any brief answers before wrapping up the... Yes, Miss Gloria.
Maybe I could answer to the capacity building, the learning one. One of your answers was just next to you on the poet. One good way of passing information that is not easy to take in is through edutainment. Her poetry, dance, music, sports, whichever way it is, to the rural communities, to the local communities, using whatever form is possible. Young people and social media, so ensuring connectivity, ensuring that they have access to even a community library that is well resourced for them to be able to access that information would be a great thing to do. UNICEF, as mentioned, we have a lot of toolkits. We work with governments and curriculum developers to make sure that we have environmental education and climate as part of it. As we all know, changing a curriculum takes forever in some places. In others, it's quite easy, so it's a work in progress. We also have a program called Green Rising and GLAC, where young people could learn after school how to be either climate champions, climate involved, learn about the climate, and learn so much more. So there are many resources out there. We can share all the links so that young people know where to go. About funding, and this Alphonse knows very well, it's very difficult sometimes to send money to a 13-year-old to be able to do the work that they would like to do on climate, part of safeguarding and so many other things. However, as an entire UN, work is in progress to make sure that we have simplified ways of partnering with youth advocates, youth-led organizations, and women-led organizations. Part of our advocacy work is working with governments to ensure systemized, meaningful engagement of young people is well-financed and well-resourced. Again, a work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, in one word, Francisco.
Well, thank you. Actually, on the question of finance, not only regarding participation, but in general for protecting children in the framework of the climate crisis, we know that just precisely Following what UNICEF has stated, just 2.4% of the multilateral financial funds for climate action have a child focus, a child lens perspective. So that's absolutely regrettable and unacceptable. No, so just also in that sense, it's absolutely necessary. And in terms of education, the resilience of schools precisely to be prepared for climate disasters and early warning mechanism systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the great engagement from the floor. And I think much has been said on what meaningful youth engagement is not. But we also know what it is. So it needs really to be rights based and safe. And our colleagues here, Gloria from UNICEF, and the representative from Sri Lanka has really spoken a lot about it. But also it needs to be institutionally mandated. And that's why COMG is here, and I hear many questions about education, of course, from you. COMG hosts capacity building, sessions very periodically. So we invite you post this, let's engage, and that will bring a lot of value for you coming here. Then again, it needs to be a resource, and we really don't want to talk a lot about that point because it's self-explanatory. It needs also to be transparent and promote that reciprocal accountability, but also it needs to be diverse and inclusive. And one of the things that meaningful youth engagement is about, and we actually ignore that a lot, is the visibility aspect itself. And on that point, I'll also want actually to know how visible we are in this space. Of course, it's the biggest youth environment assembly in history of UNEP and UNEA. So, so that's enough visibility that we are trying to bring to the table. But then we need to see how inclusive and diverse we are. Can I see the representatives, the delegates coming from Asia and Pacific region? All right, thank you. So can you see people coming from Africa region in the room? Can we see representatives from Europe in the room? Can we see people from Latin America and the Caribbean? Can we see America, North America representation in the room? How about West Asia? All right. All right. So this diverse, it ticks all these boxes that we are looking for, but it's not just about ticking boxes. It's steps towards meaningful youth engagement in this platform. Thank you so much, Omnia.
Thank you, Alphonse. And Alphonse was shy to say that his master's thesis, he took actually children youth major group as a case study for his work. So that's.
I have a question.
So
I have a quick
thank you
question.
so much for your time. Thank you for your engagement. Just to clarify that I have been quite tired since I just flew from Morocco to here. I just arrived this
Excuse me.
morning. However, I wouldn't have missed this panel for the word. It was very energetic. I loved hearing from all of you, and would all invite you to invest and document your journeys. And that's why the comment session on the Global Youth Declaration is very important, and we count on your engagement. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Hello, delegates. Thank you very much for your attention over the past day. In just a few minutes, let's say 10 minutes, we'll be starting our consultations on the draft resolutions of UNEA 7. For this, we will need your full attention because we are many people, I think more than 500, and we will need some careful planning of the logistics for the different breakout discussions that we will be having over the next hour and a half. So right now, please do feel free to go for a quick coffee, a quick bathroom break, but please be seated back here in about 10 minutes, and then we'll kickstart the resolution coordination. Thank you.
Shidi.